Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're just going to give about another 5 minutes or so. I like to start on time. So we're going to give about another 5 minutes for everyone who's going to join us this early in the morning. We are live streaming on Facebook, and I just want to make sure that we get as many people on for Ms. Goodrich's keynote this morning. So we're just going to give everybody another 5 minutes to log on as we continue to clear the waiting room. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's 5 after 10. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get started with whom we have here already in the joining us this morning. I want to thank you all for being with us this morning to get started on time. And for the attendees who joined us for the previous 2 days, thank you so much for coming back and joining us again. This morning, we have Miss Jill Goodrich. She is the CEO of the Women's Chamber, and I will be introducing her this morning as she is our keynote speaker for this morning. As we all know, that the pandemic, the coronavirus, has impacted severely women-owned businesses as it has impacted so many other businesses. And what we wanted to do this morning was to have Jill on to address what the chamber is doing and some of the activities and programs that they organize for women-owned businesses. Women-owned businesses are just as important to our economy as any other business. So we definitely wanted to recognize that. With the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, it's an annual event, as many of you know, if you've been with us for a few years. It is normally held during the National Small Business Week during about the first or second week in the month of May, where we pay recognition and recognize our nation's 30 plus small businesses. This year, due to the coronavirus pandemic, things were pretty much postponed, and we had to pivot to a virtual world and not meet face to face, which is I know is ideal for many of us, because as professionals, as human beings, we love that human contact, that one-on-one, face-to-face contact and networking that we do with our fellow entrepreneurs. So we're here virtually, and we thank you for joining us this morning. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to introduce Ms. Goodrich, and then I am going to assist her with her presentation for this morning. All right. So if it looks like I'm a bit distracted, I'm not. I'm just multitasking through this entire process. All right. So let me go ahead and pull up Ms. Goodrich's bio, and then get ready to read that off to you. Just give me 1 second.
That's a good testimony right there, what you just gave.
What's that? Okay, you guys can still see me, right? Okay. All right. Jill Goodrich is the president and founder and CEO of the Women's Chamber of Commerce, a member-driven nonprofit organization promoting the advancement of women in entrepreneurship, leadership, and the workplace. Additionally, Jill founded the Women's Chamber Foundation to provide free educational tools, scholarships, and resources. Since forming the Women's Chamber, Jill has forged local, national, and international partnerships. In 2016, she established a partnership with the City of Atlanta's Women's Entrepreneurship Initiative. In 2017, Jill hosted Atlanta's first annual International Women's Day Summit and partnered with 20 women on boards to bring the city's first national conversation on board diversity to Atlanta. She also established partnerships with the AAUW to host Atlanta's first series of free wage negotiation workshops to help close the wage gender gap. Very important, very important. Additionally, Jill established strategic partnerships to spur economic development for female entrepreneurs and launched the By Hers Marketplace, a platform for women to source products and services from women-owned and women-led organizations globally. A graduate of Michigan State University with a BA in finance, Jill holds dual American and Dutch citizenship. A frequent guest speaker and judge for pitch competitions, Jill serves on the Small Business Advisory Council and the Diversity and Inclusion Council of the Georgia Chamber, is a board director for Higher Living and a Community Service Award recipient. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to you Ms. Jill Goodrich.
Austin, thank you so much for having me today. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. And we are going to cue up your presentation here and get you going. All right, do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
All right. So Austin, thank you once again for having me today. My name is Jill Goodrich. I'm the founder, president, and CEO of the Women's Chamber of Commerce. What I don't know is how we go to the next screen.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'll get that for you.
Got it.
You just tell me whenever you're ready.
Okay, we can move to the next slide.
All right.
As Austin already mentioned, the mission of the Women's Chamber of Commerce is to promote the advancement and equality of women in entrepreneurship, leadership, and the workplace. We can move to the next slide. So as one of our initiatives, we have supported a number of organizations that promote women on boards of directors. One of them being 2020 Women on Boards, which Austin mentioned. We brought the first national conversation on board diversity to the city of Atlanta. Another one is On Board, where I'm an advocate. This year, the most recent study shows that 80% of Georgia public corporation boards have women on their boards. 19.8% seats are held by women and 3.7% are held by women of color, which in the past 2 years, even though those numbers seem quite low, the numbers have increased tremendously. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but it is important to cover. So we can move on to the next slide, Austin. So as a business owner, you might be thinking to yourself, why do I care how many women are on boards? It matters for a few reasons. One is representation. So if you as a business owner are wanting to get sponsorships or funding or any support from these organizations, you want to make sure that there are women on those boards that make those decisions. The second is we are doing this to bring awareness. There are some pretty big corporations out there that do not have a lot of diversity on their boards. One of them being a holding company for some major restaurants, the holding company for Burger King, Tim Hortons, and Popeye's Chicken. Didn't have a single woman on their board until very recently, and they've addressed, they've been getting a lot of pushback, and they recognize that they need to diversify their board a bit more. And by bringing that awareness, we can decide how we're going to spend our money as consumers. If I have a choice between McDonald's and Burger King or some other places, am I going to support the organization that doesn't have any women on their boards? Okay, so next we'll cover briefly the wage gender gap, which is equality in the workplace. The wage gender gap for 2020 overall as an average is 82 cents for every $1 that a white male makes. For Asian women, it's 87 cents per dollar. For white women, it's 79 cents per dollar. For Black women, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander women, it's 63 cents per $1. For American Indian, Alaska Native women, it's 60 cents per $1. And for Latinas, it's 55 cents per $1. We can move on to the next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
And as Austin had mentioned, we brought the very first wage negotiation workshops in collaboration with the American Association of University Women to help close the wage gender gap. Now with COVID, we have experienced in 2020 America's first female recession. In December of 2019, women made up more than half of the workforce. We'd made quite a few strides in the workplace. But however, since COVID, 4 women for every 1 man is unemployed. A lot of decisions had to be made, whether someone is going to stay home, or now with homeschooling, someone has to attend to the children who are now at home. 6 million less women are in the workforce since February. And we know a lot of industries have been hit very hard that are predominantly employed by women and women of color. That would be the restaurant industry, hospitality. It's been hit very hard. And as a result of COVID and the implications, women are at risk of losing 25 years of progress towards equality in the workplace. As far as women-owned businesses, which is going to be our main topic today because that's our focus, about 41% of Georgia women-owned businesses generate approximately 5% of all revenues. 77.12 have revenues of less than $25,000 a year. And only 2.73% have revenues over 500,000, compared with 10% of Georgia male-owned firms. Now, these numbers are a little bit dated, and now with what's happened with COVID, we expect a lot of these numbers across the board, from the women on boards, from the wage gender gap, and also these numbers are probably going to change quite a bit going into next year. So we'll certainly post those updated statistics once they're available. On the funding side, if you are looking for funding for your business, according to Crunchbase, and this is April of this year, only 3% of business investments go to women. And less than 2% of women reach the 1 million mark in revenues. And this kind of goes back to why it's important to have women in leadership roles and women on boards. If you have more women who are making the decisions with funding, access to capital, they're more likely to invest in women-owned businesses. And historically, that's not been the case. When we look at this year, I'm sure you've seen this, we're not all in the same boat, but we are all in the same storm. And for many of us, it's a time of reflection and rebooting, both personally and professionally. I'm just curious, is the chat on, Austin?
The chat, yes, the chat should be on.
I'm just curious, ladies, how many of you have shifted or made changes or had to stop and reboot as a result of COVID. I'm curious. I want to hear if you've changed industries or if you've made any changes in your business.
Yes, this is a time now to respond and to interact.
Yeah, I don't want it to be just me talking. Please feel free to chime in if you have any thoughts. I'm happy to respond. And going back to this whole point, you started your business as a function of COVID. Excellent. I'd love to hear what that business is.
You want to hear now?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just briefly, I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm full-time employed by the Veterans Administration, and I'm nearing retirement, a couple of years away from retirement. And the job I currently do for them, in January, I was told it was going to be contracted out. So I was in this kind of weird position of looking around within the VA, because I have my retirement goals of finding something to do. And then COVID hits, and that kind of sent everything in the workplace kind of wonky. And I was talking to a friend of mine who said, well, why don't you start your own business? And I had done private practice before, and I really didn't want to, again, the self-reflection part, wanting to expand my horizons and not do the same thing I had been doing for 35 years. But I always enjoyed public speaking and putting together workshops and seminars. So I decided to start a professional development and training firm. And essentially, of course, now with COVID, it's the perfect time to start because the overhead is low and I can do what I do virtually. So it's been, I started the business and now I'm doing what I can to get it up and running the way I want it to. So yeah, it was, COVID was good for me in that respect.
That's excellent. And that kind of goes into the talk that I wanted to share, and really how there are a lot of opportunities if we look at it in that light. I'm going to kind of rewind and tell you a little bit about my personal story. Prior to the last housing crisis, I had a thriving business. My business is employment screening and background checks. And companies were hiring left and right. I couldn't keep up. My staff couldn't keep up. Life was good. And then the housing crisis hit. Nobody was hiring. And in that time, my husband was actually offered a job opportunity, a promotion that took us abroad. And at that time, he was my fiance. I was not certain that I really wanted to make that decision. Life is comfortable here. My life is here, my friends, my business. And then somebody told me something. They said, if you don't like it, you can always come back. You can always come back, but you'll never know unless you try. And so I did. I think we cannot grow unless we put ourselves in uncomfortable positions, because that's where the growth really happens. And it was during that time living in the Netherlands that I started a women's group. And actually, I was an introvert. Being that kind of behind the scenes operational business owner, I didn't have a large network, but when you live abroad and you don't know anyone, you're forced outside of your comfort zone. I'm like, I need a circle, I need some friends, I need a network, and I need support. So during that time, I started a group, and by the time I left, there were 5,000 women in the group. And I think that it was at that point that I found my superpower. we all have a superpower that sometimes we just need to uncover. Austin, can we go back one slide? I want to make sure that I didn't miss.
Sure.
Maybe one more. Yeah, okay, so yeah, despite the setbacks, turn challenges into opportunities. And it sounds like Catherine has done that. She's found her niche. But yeah, I mean, there are always opportunities when there are challenges. You can go ahead and proceed. Identify a problem in the market and offer a solution. And we'll cover this a little bit later in the slides, but we had some of our members who were able to make that pivot and make that shift to help stay afloat and to help people through this pandemic. Find your passion and monetize it. We might think that we know what we're supposed to be doing, that we found our calling, but sometimes it's these times when we are forced to take a pause and reassess and reboot that we realize what we really should be doing. So, you know, for me, it was realizing I have a superpower. It's bringing women together. It's networking. And it took these challenges for me to figure that out. And so have all of you, okay, Catherine has found her thing. The other ladies, if you want to enter into the chat, have you had this time to kind of reassess and figure out what your next step will be? Okay, I did not have to make any changes during COVID. Okay, that's awesome. I asked to help recruit for mortgage positions. Okay, good. I always say this, and I've heard this, and I think it's very good advice. If you stop for a moment and think about what is your passion, what do you love doing so much that you would do it without being paid for it if money was not a requirement? What is that thing that you would do and be happy? And then you just find a way to make money and to monetize it. I had to find a way to make income as a care provider, so I got life. Good job, that's awesome. Okay, so don't get stuck because it isn't perfect. You know, I am what I would call a recovering perfectionist. How many of you ladies are perfectionists? I think many of us are. And yes, you are too. I knew it. We want everything to be perfect. We want to be able to check off all the boxes. But life isn't perfect. And sometimes we just need to do it. You just do it. And this is one of the differences going back to that wage gender gap. There is certainly some element of discrimination involved, undeniable, but there are also part of it is women will not apply for a job unless they mark off all the boxes. If you're worried about your website being perfect, you don't want to launch your business because your website isn't perfect, or this or that, it's not perfect. Just do it, and you can always come back and improve it and make it better later. But don't let that hold you back, and don't get stuck on that. For me, with my business, it was invoicing. I was always late getting my invoices out because I was stuck because everything had to be perfect. I wanted every I dotted and every T crossed. But if you don't send out your invoices, guess what? You're not getting paid. And that's what we're all in business for. Okay, so we're going to talk about some pivots that our members have taken during COVID. Pivot number one, we have an event business, and the event as I mentioned before, the hospitality and event industry just got clobbered during COVID. She had the brilliant idea of focusing on tent rentals for companies that were doing COVID testing. And she's doing remarkably well. She's turned all of her events online. And that's what entrepreneurship is all about. It's about reinventing yourself and, you know, making things happen. Pivot number 2, we have a health business, more in natural. I think she does honey and infused maybe herbs of some sort. She began making natural hand sanitizers during COVID. So that's another example of pivoting. And then we have our third member who has a resale boutique, and she began making face masks. And she gave 50% of all of the proceeds of her face masks to the Hosea Feed the Hungry. So that was pretty amazing. The silver lining in this whole pandemic is if you're looking for funding, I already mentioned that less than 2% of funding is going to women-owned businesses. In this situation, we have an opportunity to get loans at such a low interest rate. It's almost like borrowing free money. Now, yeah, I like that, right? And part of it is forgivable, which what that essentially means is part of it's a grant if you use it in the right way. Now, right now, the PPP loan, the loans are closed at this time, but many lenders are taking applications. They're waiting for the next funding, and that probably won't take place until after the first of the year. But go ahead and make sure you have your financials in order. Get your books together and start thinking about, if you haven't already. Okay, so I'm going to ask you, how many of you did apply? Maybe some of you already applied. Did any of you apply for the PPP loan yet? You can raise your hand or put it in the chat. You know, when I reached out to our members, I asked some of these ladies, I said, have you thought about applying for the PPP? And they said, I don't want to take on any more debt. If you did not apply for the PPP, how many of you did it because you did not want to take on any more debt? Because that seems to be pretty common. I will say a lot of the ladies were funding their businesses using their credit cards. Their credit cards have 25% interest rates, maybe more. So getting a 1% loan is amazing. And we will be watching for that to reopen. The EIDL is still available, so you can still take advantage of the EIDL loans. But with EIDL, I believe that they do want, they will look at your credit and they'll look at some, it's a little bit more stringent than the PPP. And what I always say is, don't wait until you need the capital. Get it while you can, because you may need it at some time down the road. Georgia has been named one of the top states for female entrepreneurship. Now, there are lots of studies out there, and all the statistics are different depending on who's doing the study. But overall, Georgia wasn't just this past week named the #1 state to do business. If you look at some other states or other cities, they just don't have what we have in Atlanta, in Metro Atlanta, and in Georgia is really special, because a lot of other states do not have a lot of programs catered or focused for women entrepreneurship. So we do have a lot of resources here. Now I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the Women's Chamber of Commerce. The Women's Chamber was formed in 1922 as a division of the Metro Atlanta Chamber. By 1937, when men were going off to fight in the war and women were coming into the workplace for the first time, the organization chartered in 1937. Around 2008, probably right before the crisis, the organization had dissolved. And when I had returned from my time in Amsterdam, I recognized that I needed to do this through a number of chance meetings and really having faith. I was led down this path, and in 2016 we relaunched. You can move on to the next slide, Austin. During that first year, we held, as we mentioned before, the first national conversation on board diversity. We hosted the first International Women's Day Summit, which just this past year was named as the most inspirational International Women's Day event by the AJC, which was a huge honor. We hosted our Women's Entrepreneurship Day Summit, which will be this coming week. And we hosted an awards and benefit gala. The awards were designed to highlight and honor women that are oftentimes overlooked for awards in other places. We want to give women of color, women of all backgrounds, the opportunity to shine. And so that's what makes us a little bit unique and special. Since 2016, we are the only female organization recognized by the Federation of Georgia Chambers. You might be thinking, okay, what does that mean? So when I launched the organization in 2016, we formed quite a few partnerships. One of them that we worked on was with the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. They recognized they needed more diversity and they wanted to have more women, women of color to be involved. The amazing thing about being part of this federation is that our members are essentially given an affiliate membership to the Georgia Chamber of Commerce. So you're not paying for two memberships, you're paying for one membership through the Women's Chamber. How many of you have do any of you have employees?
I think they may all be mainly independent.
Got it. When you get to the
yeah.
Okay, when you get to the point where you begin hiring, it is a challenge to find affordable health care to offer to employees. And one of the amazing benefits of this partnership with the Georgia Chamber is we're able to offer Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield health care, and it's very affordable for yourself and your employees. So that's a huge win. We hosted the first wage negotiation workshop to help close the wage gender gap. And we also, during this pandemic, when we were all forced to stop and put everything on pause, we were behind the scenes trying to figure out how we could help our members. And that was through microloans. We had some members who had contracts that they're waiting to get paid on, and they were a day away from losing their car or from being evicted, these sorts of things. So we want to help out our members in that way to get through this pandemic. We also offered, well, we helped to source PPE when PPE was impossible to find. We had it delivered to our members so that they could reopen their business. Okay, so who can join the Women's Chamber? Membership is open to anyone who supports the mission of the Women's Chamber. So we do have a few, we call them manbassadors, who support our cause, but we always give women the leadership roles. The main focus is on women. Why would you join the Women's Chamber? For unique networking opportunities. We're working on business matchmaking and trade missions. With the city of Atlanta, we are planning the first female trade mission. We had hoped to do it last year, and it got postponed because of the pandemic. But business doesn't stop because of a pandemic, so we're just planning on how we can begin making those connections online. We have a lot of connections, of course, in Europe. As I mentioned, I live there and have a large network of women in Canada, and in the Caribbean, and South America. And our big focus right now is going to be certifications. I want to see how many of you are certified, woman-owned, minority-owned, veteran-owned. How many of you are certified? Nobody. Okay. We also found that a lot of our members were not certified. And what better time during this reboot? You're working on it. Awesome. What better time than right now to start this process? We're starting up from the very basics, to help get those certifications. You don't have to pay thousands of dollars to any company to get certified. We're going to help our members as part of that process because it's important for all of us. And really during a pandemic too, if your business is almost all in the private sector, why not diversify your clients? Just like you diversify a financial portfolio. I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket. You know, I would not have 100% government contracts, but having some government contracts right now could potentially be beneficial. Okay, so I see somebody's working on the certification. Do you need to reside in an Atlanta area to join? Absolutely not. We have recently had some members wanting us to start new chapters. So I want to know, Latanya, where are you located? Because we have members, people asking us to start new chapters all over the US and even abroad. So you do not need to be in Atlanta.
Okay, I'm in Augusta, Georgia, and I'm part of the Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
But I'm interested, you know, my business was mostly with vendor fairs, and of course, when the pandemic hit, I had to pivot. And so I'm trying to build an online store right now so that I can get my paying visit going until I can get some clients for my life coaching, because I just got my certification for that a few months ago. And so,
well, congratulations on getting your certification. And we actually, through our partnership, we started out when the organization was launched, and I didn't really get to go into that because I think my slides went a little bit. We cover the whole state, and we would love to have you as a part. So you do not need to be in Metro Atlanta. In fact, we've like I said, somebody wanted to start. We've got some members in Tennessee. So we're talking about starting a chapter in Tennessee. The Carolinas also, same thing. So yes, please, we'd love to have you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. So, you know, one of the amazing things about the chamber is it gives our women visibility. We have a speakers bureau. not only does that mean that you get the opportunity to speak to our members at one of our events or host a workshop, which gives you visibility, it gives you a platform, and then prepares you for speaking, other speaking engagements, actually. And we have quite a few major organizations that do come to us and ask us for speakers. So what better way to get those speaking opportunities to position yourself as an expert in your industry? Because frankly, especially during this pandemic, if you don't have an online presence, how is anybody going to find you? So speaking is an excellent way to get the word out and to market your business. We actually just had last month or so, we had another chamber of commerce. We've had a few different chambers come to us and say, hey, we need a keynote speaker, or we need a speaker to host a workshop. Do you have any members, or do you know anyone who can speak on this topic? And it's not just Metro Atlanta. This one was in Middle Georgia. So we can absolutely help you out. And that's one of the great things of this partnership with the Georgia Chamber and being involved, is it's not just Metro Atlanta anymore. We do ribbon cuttings for our members. And I think right now, if you wanted, we could do a virtual ribbon cutting. Being an event host, being a chapter leader. There are all kinds of leadership opportunities. You can join a committee or be a volunteer. And that's just the beginning. There's so much opportunity with this organization. Now, we do have a few different levels of membership. Our bronze membership is $299 per year. The silver membership is $399 per year, and the gold membership is $599 per year. For corporations, we can do customized, but I think that's probably not applicable. And if you're looking for something a little bit more flexible, contact us. We want everybody to be involved. We'll make it happen. You can connect with us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. We don't do so much on Twitter, but definitely Facebook and Instagram we're active on. We're at GA Women's Chamber. Our website is www.gawomenschamber.com. And if you'd like to schedule an appointment, you can go to calendly.com/WCCATL. And of course, with this being a smaller group, you can certainly put your information in the contact. I'll be happy to connect with you much quicker. We would love to have you tag your friends on social media, especially, Augusta. We'd love to have more of a presence in Augusta and anywhere really. Tag your friends on social media for a chance to win free tickets to our events. And for every friend that you tag is a chance to win a ticket. So if you have 5 friends, you get 5 chances. If you have 10 friends, you have a very good chance of winning tickets to some of our events. And as we come close to the holidays, we'll be doing the hashtag Buy Hers. We have a Buy Hers directory and a Buy Hers guide. And this is how we can be intentional about helping other women-owned businesses. Personally, when I'm buying my gifts for the holidays, I always go through the members because I want to support them. And they support us in turn. It's just a win-win for everyone. And then today we have a major giveaway. As I mentioned, we have our Women's Entrepreneurship Day coming up. It's on Thursday. We're giving you a free ticket if you RSVP. Use the code TMC and RSVP to get a free ticket. This is not just women not only women in Georgia or Metro Atlanta, we have women already who are planning to attend from Amsterdam. We have women planning to attend from Ireland. So if you really want to expand your connections, not only within Georgia, but even internationally, there'll be an amazing opportunity. You don't have to stay for the full day. If you wanted to come just for the networking, that's great too. But we'd love to have you. And we are a nonpartisan organization and we do not endorse candidates. But how awesome is it that we have a vice president-elect? I'm so excited. And this is on the 100-year anniversary of women's right to vote. Notice she wore a white outfit, and that was really to honor the suffragettes. So I think that's an incredible just an amazing milestone, really, for women. And again, we do not endorse candidates. We're nonpartisan. We don't tell people who to vote for. We trust women. But there is a very important election coming up. So please don't forget to mark January 5th on your calendars. This will determine the control of the Senate. It'll determine healthcare and a lot of other important aspects. You can request an absentee ballot like you did before, but I know time is running short. So just mark January 5th on your calendar. And I did add the link where you can request the absentee ballot. And again, 100-year celebration of women's right to vote was this year. And please do connect with me. I love to make new connections. I'm on LinkedIn. And my link is right there. It's just go to LinkedIn. It's just Jill Goodrich.
Did you guys get the contact information? You got it? Okay. Just want to make sure.
No, can I see that again?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just go back to it. And let me just go ahead and share it. Hold on a second. Can you see that? Do you see it?
No, I'm not seeing anything.
No.
No? Oh, okay. You have to hit share.
Okay.
Just that one extra step. And I would implore you ladies, please, please do connect with the Women's Chamber. As Jill mentioned, the Chamber is open to chapters within the United States and outside the United States. The Women's Chamber is looking and interested in building partnerships and relationships with women entrepreneurs in the United States and outside the United States. And, you know, so it's a great way to build your sphere of influence. And not only that, but also to expand your brand, because you never know where your opportunities come from. If you're outside the United States, you might be invited by women-owned businesses in the United States to speak or to consult or to partner up on certain initiatives. As vice versa, if you're outside of the United States, then there may be opportunities for specific women entrepreneurs to partner with you wherever you are outside the United States. So this is a great opportunity, building coalitions, building collaborations. We spoke about that on Thursday with Corey Networking More, who discussed the importance of networking and building collaborations and, you know, just making sure that we are expanding our network, right? So please make sure you follow up, especially for the Women's Day event next week. If you're getting a discount by using the TMC code to participate next week. So please make sure that if you have the opportunity, take advantage of that and reach out and expand your network, reach out and expand your brand and let people know who you are. Let people know who you are. I always say, if no one knows who you are, how can they do business with you? If no one knows who you are, how can they build a relationship with you, all right? So definitely this is an opportunity to expand your brand and your visibility. And if there are any questions, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. I'm just saying, if there are any other questions, please engage Jill because she's here. She's in front of you, not physically, but virtually. So please, yes.
I will say I'm honored. I know I had to compete with the snooze button this morning, so I'm just thrilled that you're here. And I didn't get to go into it, but if I have just a minute, I'll tell you.
Yes, please.
This organization, I feel, is my legacy. It's my way of giving back. I actually met Austin and I was at, I believe it was the second conference that Austin had hosted. I came as an attendee. He had no idea who I was. At that time, I was hatching my plan to launch the Women's Chamber. And I hadn't told anybody yet, but my mom had just passed away. And it was such a hard time in my life to lose her, my uncle, and another loved one all within the same year. But it reinforced in me the importance of having faith and that tomorrow's never promised and you have to make the most of every day. And I was not living my best life. And it took that for me to find my way and to give back. It took that for me to find my superpower and to find my voice. When at Austin's event, I went up and introduced myself, and I'm sure he had no idea who I was. But fast forward 5 years later, he invited me to speak today. And I said, you know, Austin, I was at your event 5 years ago. And it's just amazing. But for me, this is about legacy. It's not my organization, it's for the women. But we have to speak up, stand up, and show up.
Yes.
In life. And this is the opportunity. This is my legacy I want to give to women. And Austin's absolutely right. There are amazing opportunities to be involved and to get the word out about who you are, your product and your service, and to connect with women, not just locally, but on an international level. So I want to thank you again, Austin, for this amazing opportunity.
Yes, and thank you. I mean, we're sending you virtual hugs. We feel your passion.
And I'm sending them back.
We're sending you virtual hugs. You know, and Jill, you know, we felt your passion as you recollected on you know, the passion that drove you to start the Women's Chamber and the reasons why. And, you know, as a man, you know, I always take it upon myself to recognize the women who are making an impact on our lives in this country and globally, right? And that's why it was important for me to really have you as part of the ESBS. And when we talk about time to rise, global resurgence in a global pandemic, we have to recognize that our women entrepreneurs are attempting to make a resurgence.
Yeah, the women have been hit so hard.
Yes.
Disproportionately hit hard.
Yes, yes. And when you highlighted those numbers, as small as they may be, of the the percentage of women who are in small business and who are recognized for what they're doing entrepreneurially, we are hoping and looking to increase on those numbers. And it's through efforts like yours and the Women's Chamber that we can make this happen. And thank you for highlighting Kamala Harris, because, you know, I know the chamber can't take, you know, a partial side, you know, on politics. It's fine. But this is a significant moment in the history of this country where, regardless of what side of the politics you fall, it's important for us to recognize that it's 2020, the year 2020, and we have finally arrived at a point where we can recognize a woman. Yes, I am a man saying it, a woman as Vice President of the United States of America.
And
That's
this is
significant.
why we need our man-ambassadors.
Yeah.
This is you know, women, we need to be around each other and we need to have a support system, but do not underestimate the importance of having our ambassadors, because if we want to get women on boards and leadership roles to be decision makers, we need to have male allies who are there to boost women up.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I came to this event because I was trying to get information for my son, but I run a nonprofit. Which is different because I don't make money off of it. But can I also join the Chamber of Commerce?
You certainly can. We have other nonprofits as well. Absolutely. And yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I put my email address in the chat box. I think somebody had asked how to connect. Okay, Jill, I just clicked on LinkedIn to connect with you. I was supposed to add a message to connect with you. Okay, so you did, Donna, make that connection. I will.
Yes, Ms. Jill. I apologize because I usually will put a message and I thought it was going to give me the other slot to, you know, to attach a personal note, and it just automatically just sent you the thing. I was like, oh my gosh,
It's
I
okay.
never do that.
No worries. I look forward to connecting with you on LinkedIn.
Thank you. And thank you so much. This was an amazing presentation and eye-opening to me, eye-opening. And thank you for what you have been doing and continue to do to empower and encourage and inspire women. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I feel like it's the spirit of my mother and my loved ones that I've lost. But thank you. I appreciate that.
You know, Jill, oh, go ahead, Miss Maxine.
Oh, I think she's silent.
Oh, Miss Maxine, you're unmuted.
May have she wants the info to the women's conference. Okay. Can you follow in the chat?
Well, you're shown as unmuted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, you're shown as unmuted, but I can't hear you. I don't think we can hear you. You're back muted again. Yeah, I tried to unmute her.
Okay, she got it. She got it.
She got it, right? Okay. Well, Miss Maxine Barnett is a consultant based in Trinidad and Tobago. So
awesome.
Yes. So it would be very important for you to make that connection with her. I was expecting another consultant from Freetown, Sierra Leone on the call today, but I guess she may join a little later because I had some folks internationally who were interested in joining the event for these 3 days. So I don't know if she's going to join, but you know, we have Miss Maxine here. Yeah. So definitely she would be a great contact.
Thank you for attending.
All right. Okay, well, thank you all, thank you all for tuning in for Ms. Goodrich's keynote. We thank Ms. Goodrich again. And I tell you, I've met so many people over the past 6 years at the conference. And this is the beautiful thing of having in-person events. Years later, I would be given a recommendation to reach out to someone. And when I make that connection with that individual, he or she would say, yes, I've attended your event already. I'm like, oh, you have? Okay. Like our moderator, Mr. Mark Farmer, on Thursday attended 2 of my events and I didn't know. And I was introduced to him at the City Council of Lawrenceville. So it was great to thank you, Miss Goodrich. Thank you so much. And you know, you make me now want to go out and get a T-shirt and say proud to be a man ambassador. A man ambassador.
I think this all goes to prove the point that you never know how much you have an influence over other people and you've touched them. And yeah, when you hear that people have attended your conference,
yes,
that's got to be really touching.
It really is, because my whole purpose in this is to put a spotlight on small business owners, right? The small business owners. For 30.5 million small business owners in this country to be the major and chief economic driver and chief job creators, right? Chief job creators. It's important for us to do all that we can. And I feel honored to work along with, you know, the SBA and the Small Business Development Centers, the Better Business Bureau, and the various chambers of commerce, and the Metropolitan Atlanta Business Association, the Women's Chamber of Commerce, and all these organizations that do what we can to help and assist our small businesses, regardless if you're a small business of 1 or a small business of 500.
Yeah.
I like to focus on the micro models and independent models because we're oftentimes left out, you know, and we feel as if the organizations really don't have the programs for us. So it's great that we have these opportunities that focus on the mom and pop models, the micro models, right? The independent contractors and sole proprietors, because we too need to have access to the resources to help us grow. So
absolutely,
thank you so much.
even more than the others.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna move right. All right. Bye-bye. So we're gonna move right into my presentation. I will. And you guys just give me an acknowledgement that you can see that. Good. All right. All right. So this this presentation is mainly to discuss key strategic points that we can recognize going into 2021. How we can develop our strategic plan and highlight some key goals going into 2021. This is not a how to write a business plan presentation or how to write a strategic plan presentation, but it's highlighting those key components, those key items that we must recognize and focus on in order to emerge from COVID-19 and to move past COVID-19 successfully. But while we're still in the pandemic with no vaccine until maybe the next 6 or 7 months, you know, we're still challenged by COVID-19. We're still challenged by the pandemic as business owners, as entrepreneurs, right? So it's important for us to really focus in on some key areas of business planning and strategic planning. So a little bit about me. For those who do not know me and what I do, I'm a principal consultant. So as a principal consultant for Thompson Management Consulting, I work primarily with small business owners like yourself, independents, small and micro models, but I have clients who have employees of up to 20, 25, 30, 40 employees. I've done strategic planning projects, with those types of clients. I focus on the earlier stages of the business planning life cycle because that is oftentimes the critical stage, right? The seed stage to the startup stage, growth, expansion, and established, right? Those are the stages I really focus on because those are critical areas, right? Where you have a high percentage of businesses that fail within the first year of starting a business, and within the first 3 years, they still struggle to move past that startup phase, that startup first year. So I focus in those areas, right? I am the founder of the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. And as I just shared with you all, it is my passion to work alongside other organizations to do what I can to help our small businesses. So it's not just to work with my clients and my customers to help them do business planning, research, and marketing to find the best marketing strategies and advantages to help them grow. But also this event was developed to bring our small businesses together with consultants and with speakers in order to have the workshop style model for the conference. And so this way you will have access to the authorities who in marketing and in cash flow management and how to start a business, which I do along with other consultants, financial analysis, and so on and so forth. So I find this to be a good opportunity for many. Some of the services I offer is business plan writing and research. I find that a lot of business owners and entrepreneurs find it mundane and daunting to do a lot of the immense research that's needed to put together a business plan. So this is what I do: market planning and research, strategic planning and development, feasibility analysis, especially if you're an existing business looking to expand into another area and you are looking for the market feasibility of how viable that expansion or that investment will be for your business. Budgeting and financial analysis, operations, project management, event planning and management. I don't do bat mitzvahs and birthdays and weddings. I know nothing about planning a bat mitzvah. I have attended one though. But I do mainly business events, conferences like what I do with the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. I focus more on the business seminars and workshops and conferences, and coaching and mentoring, which I'm currently doing with a few small business owners in South Africa, in Uganda, and in Guyana. So I am very proud of that. Young people who are looking to start businesses where they live, and I've been recommended by other folks that I've met. And this is the power of collaborations and building partnerships. People know what you do and who you are, and they make recommendations of you. So I'm very proud of that. Always willing to share what I know. The overview of this is basically, what is your strategy for leveraging resources and capitalizing on opportunities to grow during COVID-19, right? Capitalizing on opportunities and leveraging resources, right? As we prepare to emerge from the global pandemic, have you thought about how you will move forward? How many of you have started on a strategy plan for 2021? By show of hands. Okay, we have a few. All right, I'm going to try to break this out a little bit more so I can see more of you. All right. So it's great. I know that as a business owner, it's important for us to have that business plan before we launch. Or if you feel the need to launch because you're excited to get that business started, early on in the life cycle of your business is very important to have a plan in place of how you're going to move forward. Okay. So I'm hoping that many of you, because I've started since the summer working on my strategy plan for next year, because much of my plan now will involve virtual mentoring, virtual coaching, and virtual conferences like this. So like we're doing this morning. All right. Okay. So let's move on. So if you haven't really considered how you're planning for 2021, please keep that in mind, right? So you'll know how you're going to move into 2021 preparing to launch or launching your business or managing your business into 2021. All right, some stats to consider. Let's look at the number one. Only 4.2 million small businesses received about 700 billion in financial assistance from the Small Business Administration. So the CARES Act, basically legislation that was passed with a $2.2 trillion bill that provided 2 rounds of funding for small businesses, totaling 700 billion. But only 14% of all small businesses received funding from the 2 rounds of funding that was disbursed for small businesses, right? So that means there are businesses out there that are still left hanging and hoping that they can make it through this pandemic, and to leverage whatever resources they can get through the SBA and whatever cash they have on reserves, right? 120,000 small businesses already closed for good, the Washington Post reported, right? These are businesses that have already closed. The entrepreneurs who've decided it wasn't worth the struggle, we're going to close. 1.7 million business could potentially fail, right? Based on the McKinsey report, right? So we can look at, in addition to the 120,000 businesses that have failed, 1.7 million businesses could potentially fail by the end of this pandemic, right? Long-term unemployment still a factor. Approximately 11 million people still unemployed in America, right? Based on the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? A second round of COVID-19 or a second wave is expected to cause major business closures, major business disruptions, right? More people out of work over the winter, more businesses closing, right? So this is the reality we're faced with, because many of us have a B2B model, right? Where we are a business, marketing and selling to another business, or we are a business selling and marketing to a consumer, right? Or we have a hybrid model where we're doing both, right? So it's important to understand the climate of the economy, the economic climate and what's going on, the businesses that are closing, what types of businesses are closing. What is our reach, right? Are we selling locally in our neighborhood, in our community, in our city, in our state? Are you selling nationally? Do you have clients overseas, right? As you know, this is a global impact. It's not just a US impact. So it's really important as we are building those strategic plans for 2021 on how we're going to go forward and what we're going to do. It's important to take these statistics into our planning, right? And understanding what's going on in the economy. All right. So the areas that we're gonna focus on this morning are operations, marketing, and financial review, right? We're gonna do we're gonna look at some key components, some key aspects of the business planning process. All right. So the impact of COVID-19, right? We came into 2020, we were enthusiastic, we were passionate, we were going to start our businesses. It's not only a new year, it's a new decade. We're going to forge forward and grow those businesses, and then bam, a pandemic hits. And it causes major disruptions, right? Throughout the global community, the global entrepreneurship community, right? Can somebody tell me how did COVID-19 impact your business or impact you starting your business? Any delays that you have encountered because you're trying to wait a little bit until we see what's happening. So somebody could I just need one volunteer to tell me, how has the COVID-19 impacted your business or delayed you in any way?
Okay, Austin, I'll speak. Maxine?
Yes, we hear you now.
Oh, I don't know what happened before. Business disappeared almost instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, as an executive coach, I work with corporations
Yes.
And I work with individuals. So
Mhm.
so professionals come to me individually, or some the corporation, and the corporation that had just started telling me, okay, after you finish coaching this particular executive, we want you to do a whole set of business was about to evolve. And because their business was affected, they could not commit. So it disappeared completely,
Yes.
literally
Yes.
completely. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as an executive coach,
Mhm.
when companies go out of business, or they have to reduce in size because massive amounts of people were laid off, there's the demand for your coaching services
Absolutely.
now diminishes, right?
Absolutely.
So for those of us who are in catering, right, if we're catering for summits and symposiums and business events, if companies shut down and now send all of their employees to a virtual platform because they're all working from home, this now diminishes the revenue that you generate. The cleaning, I spoke to my local cleaner back in April, and they were struggling. It's like, we're no longer going out. We're no longer going to the office. So we're not wearing all these fancy suits and shirts and slacks and dresses anymore, right? At least not for now, right? So we've seen businesses of all models struggle. Coaching, the cleaners, restaurants, cafes, right? And many of us have had to learn to pivot, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so this was very important. It's an eye opener, right? It really teaches us not to get firmly planted in our stance, but we should have some flexibility and be able to pivot and move at a moment's notice, because we never know what's coming at us as business owners, right? All right, so let me make sure I'm in the right slide here. So for operations, right, going into 2021, gather employees together for the 2021 planning committee is very important, right? And the reason why you gather the employees is that it's not a top-down decision model on what we're going to do as businesses with employees, right? This is specifically for businesses with employees, right? It's not just a top-down where you're making all the decisions for your employees in the business, but you're working together with your employees, with your managers, in order to determine how we're going to plan for 2021. We're coming into 2020 not realizing that a global pandemic was going to disrupt our business. But we are here, and we know we're moving into 2021 already being disrupted, with the hopes of having a vaccine by June or July based on the scientists. And now, how are we going to now navigate ourselves through the nuances of managing a business, trying to market and trying to stay as operable as possible, right? So that's important. What if I have no employees? Well, this is where you sit down, and based on the business activity this year, based on your business activity from the previous year, you can now determine with the economic conditions how you're going to move forward. Miss Maxine would sit down and determine how is she going to move into 2021 with her coaching business, right? What clients can she still leverage, right, in 2021? What businesses are still around, right, that are still existing, that are part of her existing clientele and are prospects that she's willing to target, right, in 2021? How am I going to market and promote myself to these businesses, all right? So we have to look at that, right? And for whatever business model you have, for me as a consultant, I'm looking to see who I can coach and mentor, and what business planning research I can do. Are entrepreneurs launching businesses in 2021? If they are, how many of them are ready to launch, so on and so forth. So I have my 2021 plan is vast, right? Evaluate your processes and how you are doing business in COVID-19, right? Very important. Analyze your 2029 goals, what those goals were, right? Versus your 2020 goals that you set for this year, and versus the goals that you would set for 2021 moving forward. And I'll show you an individual slide on that in a minute. Of course, goals must be smart. They must be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time sensitive, right? time sensitive because now you can measure and quantify how effectively you are, right, at reaching those goals. So they're very important. Specific because they should be specific so that you are able to achieve your goals, right? Measurable because you want to quantify, right? Attainable because you know going into this pandemic, your goals must be, you must set goals that you can attain, that are and that are realistic, right? So you definitely have to focus on that. Very important. Evaluate your service delivery model. How are you delivering your service, right? What is the model? For many of us prior to COVID, it was face-to-face. We were going out and we were engaging our customers and our clients personally. But now we have to deliver our service now virtually. And in some cases, we're still doing a hybrid model, especially for restaurants, right? Some restaurants are no longer having dine-in services. So now their services are only restricted now to takeout and pickup services with Uber or DoorDash or whatever, right? So evaluate how you're delivering your service, right? What capacity do you have to supply the market, right? If demand is increasing, if we see a resurgence of customers and demand for your services, if you had to lay off employees, you have to evaluate the capacity now to supply the market, to supply your customers with the services, right, that they're demanding from you. What is your supply chain outlook, right? Your supplier to market pipeline, right? Like for a restaurant, for those in the food service business, where you're sourcing your food from source to table, from the source to your customer. If you have an import-export business and you have a supply chain where you have a distributor and manufacturer and you're trying to get a product to the market, you have to definitely analyze your supplier to market pipeline. How effective is it? Are there any delays? With COVID-19 now back on a possible rise, what will be the timely the time to deliver a product, materials, resources from the source to you, right? The just-in-time system, delivery of supplies and materials, as I just mentioned, right? Set your key performance indicators for 2021. Examples could be revenue, it could be sales, inventory reorders, whatever you wish to set as your KPIs for 2021. And we're going to look at that on a separate slide. All right, so here's the goal analysis, right? The goal planning. So this is what you guys can look at, right? In 2029, it was a great year. The economy was great globally. No one knew of the pandemic, so we were moving forward nicely, right? What were your goals in 2029, right? Look back at the goals you set for 2029, right? Were some of those goals transferred to from 2018, right? Were some of those goals transferred from 2018? Unmet goals that you figured, okay, I'll transfer over to 2019 and try to meet those, right? Were they all achieved, right? If not, were the unmet 2019 goals transferred to 2020, right? As part of your 2020 goal planning, right? And sometimes when we don't meet our goals in one year, we transfer those goals to the following year because not only are they unmet, but we still have an interest in meeting those goals, right? In 2020, what were your goals for this year, right? Again, we came into 2020, we had goals we wanted to achieve. We had a vision for a new year, a new decade, and moving forward, right? Were all or some of your 2020 goals met, right? Determine what impact COVID-19 had on missing 2020 goals if you had goals that are unmet. Will some of those goals be transferred over to 2021? As now as you prepare your 2021 strategic plan, you will include some of those goals you did not meet this year, and based on if they're still attainable and realistic, right? You would want to transfer them over to 2021. If so, what 2020 goals will be transferred to your 2021 goal planning, right? And that should be 2021. Now for 2021, now you're setting your goals now for the new year, Yeah, what are your 2021 goals, right? What goals were you transferring or are you transferring from 2020? Unmet goals from this year that you will be transferring over to 2021. I didn't meet these goals in 2020. These goals are still important for me. So I will transfer them over to 2021. So as you build out your 2021 strategic plan, those goals will be incorporated with the new goals that you're looking to achieve in 2021. All right. What goals are you setting in 2021 that are not transferred from 2020? So you have to differentiate. And in your strategic plan, as you list your goals, right, you just say goals transferred from 2020 and then goals for 2021, right? So you'll know, okay, I'll differentiate one set of goals from the other set. This way it would help me plan out better, right? What are your plans for meeting your goals for 2021, right? Like your strategy, build out your strategy plan and the metrics that you will put into place to quantify if you're meeting those goals, because you want to measure all the way through. That's why it's important to set goals that are time specific. So by January, by the end of March, I want to achieve X number in revenues. By the end of the second quarter, I want to regain 50% of the customers I lost in 2020, right? So you have to determine what those goals will be. All right. Just give me a woot woot if you got it. All right. So now for your operations, setting your 2021 KPIs, right? We're looking at revenue as a KPI, right? Revenue as a KPI. You may say, to determine if I am performing, I want to have revenue as a key performance indicator. If my revenues are steadily increasing, I know that I am performing as I have projected, right? And this is why it's important to really do your plan for 2021. So this now, when you start moving into business activity for the new year, you can now start measuring the actual revenue you're generating and comparing that to the revenue you projected. So you can determine if you're performing based on revenue only, right? Sales, right? The number of sales that you have month to month or from quarter to quarter, you can determine and use sales as a key performance indicator. If my sales are increasing, I am performing well. If my sales are sort of stagnant, well, you know, it's not good, it's not bad. So I just need to actually maybe put some more marketing behind generating sales for my business, right? Because marketing should always lead sales. You always have to market in order to generate that sale, right? So you can use that. Number of orders. If you're a business that generates orders for your business, use the number of orders. If number of orders are going up, you're performing well. If number of orders are going down, then maybe there needs to be maybe some more investment into marketing, right? Maybe some more investment into your operations. Maybe hiring more staff in order to keep up with demand, right? So all of these things we definitely have to analyze going into 2021. 2021, let me tell you, I have 2 clients that started their businesses in 2020 and helping them. I finished one plan and I'm working on another plan. There are businesses that are launching in the midst of a pandemic. So it's a reality that yes, even though we're faced with a pandemic, businesses are still launching. Entrepreneurs are still inspired. They're still empowered. They still have that vision. They want to go out and start a business despite the nuances of the pandemic. So we have to understand that yes, we can go into 2021 being successful. Even if we had some setbacks in 2020, we can have improvements and achievements in 2021. Lead generation, the number of leads, right? Leads come from being visible. Leads come from people knowing that you are in the marketplace, that you exist. And again, if no one knows you exist, they can't do business with you. They don't know you exist, they can't even patronize your business. So you have to let people know that you exist in the marketplace. Networking, getting out and meeting folks at different events, conferences, meetings, symposiums, that's pre-COVID. Now we have to do it from in front of a computer screen, right? Virtually. So join as many networking events as possible. For those of us who were here for Corey's networking presentation on Thursday, he emphasized that. Glenn Christian, our keynote speaker yesterday, emphasized that, right? Mark Ham, who was my sponsor for Thursday and Friday, emphasized that. So we can't emphasize enough. Get out and meet people, even if you have to do it virtually, right? Join. There are free networking sessions, free events online. If you want to know more about that, contact me. I'll be more than willing to tap you in to that. The Women's Chamber, Ms. Goodrich just mentioned Women Entrepreneurs Day next week. Make sure you sign up for that. So this way you can be tapped into the network that she has there, right? Inquiries from your website. Make sure that you have, if you have a website, make sure you have a page where folks can leave information for you. They can leave their name, their phone number, their email address, and then there's a section where they can type in text, where they can say, hey, I am looking for such and such services. I notice you offer this. I would love to know more about what you do and how I can do business with you, right? So make sure you have that built into your website. We can talk more about that, and I know Mark Ham spoke about that yesterday. Your social media marketing. Social media is vast, right? It's effective, and in this digital world, you reach so much more people, right? And I have a slide for that coming up, and we'll talk more about that. But advertise. Don't let this pandemic, don't let COVID-19 deter you from having an aggressive strategic plan for 2021. In the midst of a pandemic, you can be successful, you can grow your business, and you can capitalize on opportunities that are out there, right? You can even, if you've lost clients, you can regain clients. If those businesses were able to get access to funding, they have money again to generate business, and now they may wish to subcontract with you or contact you for services you can provide to them. So don't let the pandemic hinder you from growing and expanding, and especially developing your strategic plan for 2021. All right, cold calling, just picking up the phone and reaching people, generating a list of potential prospects that you want to contact, and just cold call. I mean, hey, they may say, I'm sorry, we're not doing any business right now, or they may say, hey, just leave us your information, we'll get back to you. Or they might say, yeah, we would love for you to provide that service to us, right? So cold calling, lead generation. If you see a number of leads, right now, the lead generation may not be where it was pre-COVID, right? But we definitely want to be able to use that as part of our strategic plan as we go forward, all right? Always trying to find that new client or those new clients, very important. Accounts receivable, right? As a KPI, right? Not necessarily an indicator of performance, but if for those of you who do business on terms, net 30, net 45, net 60, don't go past 60, don't go past 60 days. You go past 60 days, you're gonna be chasing people for money, and you have bills to pay, right? So if you're doing business on terms and you still have receivables out there, that's cash that's owed to you, right? So if you're struggling right now to pay your bills, if you're struggling right now to optimize your website, then you track down those payments that's due to you, and the receivables that's due to you, and from clients and customers that owe you money, right? And that's important, because now you have the added cash in your hands to expand your business and to plan a little bit more for 2021. All right, everybody good? All right. Okay, so operations, sales, right? As part of your operations, right? To the right, I want you to look at a sales funnel, right? When you're projecting sales from marketing, right? Because you're marketing now, you're getting sales, you're selling more, people are contacting you more, right? Let's say, for instance, within hypothetically within a month, right? You made 1,000 contacts, right? I have business cards here because when you're at a networking event, you know, you're going to different networking events every week, and you may accumulate 1,000 business cards within that month, right? But now you're online and you're going from one virtual event to the next. You may accumulate 1,000 contacts within a month, all right? Out of that 1,000 contacts, you have 650 leads, right? These are hardcore leads that you can follow up on with people that could potentially turn into clients, right? So you want to follow up on that, right? Now, if you're a business that issues quotes, right? Like if you're in construction or manufacturing or the type of business where you issue quotes, then you may have a certain number of quotes that are sent to your client for business based on the leads that have been generated from those 1,000 contacts that you've made, right? So now you're seeing, you start off with just making contacts. Hey, hello, how are you? My name is Austin Thompson. What do you do? Hi, I'm Mitch. You know, I'm in digital marketing. Oh, great. I'm into business research. And you know, you do 1,000 of that a month. From that, you generate the leads, right? From the contacts you made, and then now you may have a quote. You may have a certain number of quotes that from those contacts, folks want to do business with you. So now they're sending you a request for a quote for services now that you're going to provide to them, right? So you're sending them the quotes, and out of those 225 quotes are 50 paid clients, right? So you went from making contacts, right, to generating leads, to sending quotes, to now converting those contacts to paid clients, right? And this is an example I put here, right? So from 650 leads, right, that's 65% of the 1,000 contacts that you made when you were at the event, right? The 225 quotes that you sent is 35% of the 650 leads, right? So the leads now converted to quotes. People now want to do business with you, so they just want to know how much you charge, how much you cost, how much you charge for the services, right? And then out of those 225 quotes, 50 paid clients now these are people who are now paying you to do business with you. So you got 22% of that 225 quotes are people who are now doing business with you, right? So what I would do is I would work on a sales funnel, right? This is part of your 2020 plan, strategic plan going forward. Work on your sales funnel, massage the numbers. Based on your business, determine how many contacts you expect to make in a month. I expect to make 500 contacts in January. I expect to make another 500 in February. I expect to make another 500 contacts in March. That's 1,500 contacts in that first quarter, right? Within that first quarter, how many leads can I generate from those 1,500 contacts, right? So now, as COVID has us all locked in, we have to network aggressively, right, to get these numbers up, right? From those contacts and from those leads, how many requests for quotes, right? Or how many people are going to come in and do business with me and come and shop with me, right? Out of that, now I have 50 paid new clients within that first quarter, right? So based on your business model, based on the type of business you do, you now can build a funnel, a sales funnel for your own business, tailored and customized to the business model that you are managing as an entrepreneur, right? To the left, what I would say incorporated into your sales plan is, what is your selling strategy? How are you planning to sell, right? What type of selling model do you have? Your sales activity and growth. Monitoring the sales activity, constantly selling. You may have one type of service that you're selling, right? Or you may have 2 services or 3 services, depending upon the streams of business that you have, right? To determine and project the sales that you're going to generate from those streams, right? The more streams, the more profitable you end up, because now you're just not focused on just one type of stream, right? Your win ratio, you have your win ratio to determine, okay, your numerator is always the quotes won. Your denominator is always the quotes sent, right? So I did an example here, right? Your win ratio examples for the month, right? Example 1, right? Out of 50 quotes sent, you got 50 quotes signed for services, right? So you hit 100% ratio, right? If example 2, if you sent out 50 quotes for the month and you only got 30 back signed for business, you hit 60%, right? 50 quotes sent, you got 17 back, 34%, right? For those of you who do quotes, who generate quotes for your business, this is a great model. For those of you who are service-based and your retail outlets, or depending upon the model, you can determine the number of contacts and how much revenue you're generating from those leads that you have made, right? So built into your strategy plan for 2021, just determine your selling strategy and how you plan to make the sale to generate revenue from those sales from your business. All right, everybody good? All right. And please feel free to leave questions in the chat. I'm managing the presentation and the chat, and but you know, I hope to make it through. For your operations, let me just make sure I didn't miss a slide. Okay, for your operations, again, we're still in operations. Assess your staffing situation. If you have staff, if you have employees, assess the situation. Did you have to lay off staff? Do you have to bring back staff in order to fulfill the capacity of generating the revenue that you need and meeting the demand that's out there for your business? Some of the staffing challenges that you may want to look at: has your staffing needs changed, right? Since the beginning of the pandemic? And for many of us, yes, staffing needs have changed. Are you operating with less employees, and what challenges does that present, right? Have you, as a business owner, taken over any functions from a departing employee? Because as a business owner, now you're operating the functions of a departed employee. This now removes you away from being the face of the company and marketing and promoting the business, right? Allocation of tasks to remaining staff, right? So now there's a shortage of staff. There's a diminished number of people that you're employing. So now the major functions have to be divided among those who are there, right? So your staffing challenges have to be identified and documented as you go into 2021 with your strategy plan, right? Have you lost any specialized skilled individuals, right? This is key. If you have someone who was great at selling, someone who was great at marketing, right? Someone who was great at digital marketing, understood social media, because you're not the marketing person, but because of COVID-19, you couldn't afford to pay that individual anymore. So now all those functions, all those responsibilities are now yours, right? So if we're going into 2021, looking to capitalize on opportunities, this is a great opportunity to identify those skilled employees, those employees who were handling and managing those specific tasks that you didn't mind delegating because you were not as proficient as that individual, right? And that happened in a lot of cases. I'm gonna pick up the pace because my time is winding down and I just want to leave room for questions. Marketing, understand the current economic conditions, right? We are all seeing it play out in front of us. If we are a restaurant, we're a cafe, if we are a cleaners, I mentioned that. If Miss Maxine is an executive coach, we have to understand how the economic conditions impact us as service providers, right? Or as business owners. The health of the industry in your specific industry, right? We have the general economy, but in your specific industry, technology industry, hotel and restaurant industry, the hospitality, catering, you have to determine how healthy is your industry. What is the potential for generating revenue? What is the potential for successful business activity in your specific industry, right? If you are an event planner right now, you look at the event planning industry, conference centers are not generating revenue because nobody's holding in-person events. Everything is on Zoom, right? So we have to basically look at our specific industries to determine the health of those industries, right? Are you a B2B model? Are you a business only selling to businesses? Are you a business only selling to consumers, right? You have to determine now what's the success rate for that going forward. Analyze your competitive advantage. If you find out in a community of 25 restaurants, all of a sudden now you're a community of 11 restaurants, the competitiveness that was there before pre-COVID is not really there anymore, because now there are few restaurants operating, even though there are few people, less people buying and eating in restaurants. You're still one of the few that's still operating, right? So definitely assess what your competitive advantage is going into 2021. Is your value or your unique selling proposition strong? What makes you unique, right? What is your value proposition, right? What is it about you that the marketplace still finds valuable and they want to do business with you, right? So you definitely, what is your unique offering? What is your unique selling proposition, or your what we call the USP, and your value proposition? What is it about you that people want to do business with you, right? You have to look at that. Your social media marketing plan, right? It should be a plan within itself. Understanding Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, doing video blogging, right? Or vlogging as they call it, right? Doing more videos where you are sharing videos with your clients or with your marketplace, right? So understanding the power of videos and the power of social media and how it can impact your bottom line, right? So add that to your strategy plan for 2021. Now, some social media stats that I wanted to highlight: the number of mobile device users, 275 million in the US, 4.8 billion globally, right? So you can imagine your footprint on a digital platform, right? Or on digital platforms, right? If there are this many mobile device users, and people are no longer stationary, they're moving around and they have smartphones, and they're searching and they're doing business on their phones. You have different types of digital payment mediums now that people can accept payments on their phones. So it's very important to understand what you have before you. YouTube users, right? 126 million US, 2 billion globally. TikTok just burst on the scene this year, right? Or late last year, 27 million in the US, right? 500 million globally. Instead of using TikTok for dancing and doing goofy things, you could be introducing your business on a new digital video medium, right? Utilizing video in your marketing plan, right? Facebook users, very popular for Facebook ads and advertising on Facebook. 226 million in the US, 1.8 billion globally, right? Instagram users, right? LinkedIn users, right? You see the numbers there. And I'll make my presentation available for you guys. So these are some of the social media opportunities that we have to sell our brand and promote our brand digitally. And these are important things for us to really capitalize on as we're looking to emerge from this pandemic successfully, right? The SWOT analysis, very important. As we look, I got 7 minutes. I'm going to try to wrap up these few slides, right? The SWOT analysis, looking at our strengths and weaknesses, which are internal to the organization, right? What is it about your business or your operations that you can consider a strength or as a weakness, right? Opportunities and threats are more in the environment. How does the environment create opportunities for your business, and how does the environment create threats, right? So looking at what are your current strengths, right? But remember, all of us have been impacted from COVID in some way. So what was a strength pre-COVID may not be a strength now, right? One of our strengths is maybe speaking, right? Or we had a certain function in our operation that was a strength, but due to the fact that we had to let some employees go, there's certain part of our businesses that we had to actually now find people to take up the operation of certain machinery or attend to certain functions, right? Your strength may be to carry out a specific function, right? But these are some of the things that we have to really identify as strengths. A weakness, right? We're no longer able to have dine-in services, so now we're only capitalizing on takeout and delivery, right? One of the weakness, a weakness could be, hey, 2 of our key employees are no longer with us. So we're kind of slow ramping back up in a certain area of our business. Opportunities, everything is virtual now, right? So you no longer have to sell or promote to your customers or your market base in a non-digital form. Now everything, you can capitalize on YouTube videos where you can market through YouTube, you market through TikTok. We have digital forms now, the virtual platform, Zoom has made it possible to where we can have meetings and conferences like this one. So we can capitalize on those opportunities. And a threat to your business could be maybe the oncoming second wave, you know, looking at the possibility of the economy and the diminished demand for your product and services can threaten the existing of your business. So definitely look at that, putting that SWOT analysis in your strategic plan going forward into 2021 to determine what your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats will be. And these are all projections because you're all looking at planning your strategy for 2021. We're going to skip the SWOT exercise. For marketing, the email marketing, like Constant Contact or MailChimp, just make sure you find an email marketing medium that works for your business. This way, as part of your CRM, as you capture customers and you document the customers and prospects that you have in your list, you can now send off emails, newsletters, and different types of correspondences to the folks that you're doing business with, right? Utilize virtual platforms, networking, webinars, training. Develop your marketing budget and how you're marketing and capture those costs going into the new year, right? Track your marketing ROI, right? For every $1 spent, there should be about $5 to $7 of revenue generated, right? From every $1 spent, right? Typical. Let's say for instance in January, if you invest about $200 in marketing, right? Then about $5, a 1 to 5 ratio, you're expecting a return of $1,000, right? In a 1 to 7 ratio or a 7 to 1 ratio, excuse me, you're expecting about $1,400 in revenue generated for the $200 spent in investing in your marketing, right? So we definitely want to understand what the return on investment would be for marketing, right? So for every dollar spent, $5 to $7 in revenue should be realized. All right. All right. Sorry to pick up the pace on you guys. I'm just trying to move fast so I can get through this in the next 3 minutes. Right. Your budget analysis for 2021. Develop your budget, your marketing budget, your sales. Your budget is your plan for spending money. Right. Definitely create your budget for 2021. You have to understand where you're spending your dollars in 2021. Do it monthly. Right? Cash, look at how much cash, how much of it do you have versus how much of it do you need, right? So look at your cash position in your organization. If you're looking to expand on marketing opportunities and investing in marketing and growing your business in 2021, being liquid and having the working capital that's needed is very important, right? Enough to sustain your operation, right? What do you owe versus what is owed to you? We talked about accounts receivables, but what do you owe? How much of it do you owe? If you had a reduction in business this year where your revenues collapsed because of the pandemic, many of us may be in debt to to service providers, to our suppliers, So determine how much of it we owe and how much is owed to us. Remember what I said, look at our receivables, right? And look at how much money is owed to you. So this way now you can generate that revenue from the terms that you have set in order to now pay your bills. And we had an attorney yesterday, Mr. Nigo Pyle, discussing the importance of contract negotiations and how we negotiate our way to lease terms, and if we have different types of business arrangements that we need to negotiate, how we can effectively do that, right? So these are some of the things that we need to look at. Notes payable, again, if you have bank notes, if you have a bank loan that you owe, definitely put that all into your budget for 2021, because you have to determine cash out versus cash in to determine how successfully you're going to be in 2021. And for your P&L projections, definitely look at your revenues versus your expenses, how much you project to generate in revenues based on your marketing, based on your projected sales, and what expenses or what costs you expect to incur as part of your expenses on your P&L, right? So definitely take a look at these components as part of your financial analysis, as part of your financial review, right? And I think this is the last slide. So develop your strategy plan for 2021. Join a network group. Make sure you're promoting yourself, promoting your brand, you're being visible. Leverage the partnerships and relationships with the SBA, SBDC score. For anyone joining us internationally, check with your with an agency that's equivalent to that of the SBA and SBDC. And I know there's one like a chamber or so on and so forth. The SBA EIDL program ends December 18th. So definitely, if you're still looking to capitalize on loans and grants from the SBA through the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, that program ends on December 18th. And we were gracious to have Terry Dennison, the district director for the SBA, on as our keynote Thursday. Identify alternative funding sources, right? Like angel investors, any friend or family member who have disposable income, that have discretionary income, that wouldn't mind investing in your business, right? Micro lenders. We had Stephanie Bolden from Lift Fund as one of our panelists on Thursday. So definitely identify those things, right? Manage your costs and expenses. Maximize revenue while minimizing expenses as much as possible, right? Increase your networking and get additional exposure, right? You could do that through networking, attending these virtual events. Take calculated risks, right? There's no opportunity without risk. So you got to take calculated risks. Form collaborations, practice positive reinforcement with your employees, positive reinforcement with yourself. We're going through a challenging time with stark nuances. So make sure that there's enough positive reinforcement. We heard from Paul Knowlton yesterday that discussed anxiety and stress and dealing with those things that impact us negatively and how we deal with them. So definitely put more effort in that into your planning too. Keep up with economic reporting, the impact on the industry. Reevaluate your customer relations management system, how you're dealing with your customers, how you're interacting with your customers, how are you documenting and identifying who your customers are, and building that database. Okay, so that's pretty much my presentation. Again, this was not a how to build a business plan, how to develop a business plan, how to develop a strategic plan, but looking at key components of a business plan or a strategic plan and building your plan for 2021 as we are continuing to deal with the nuances of COVID-19 and this pandemic. And the plan is the way to understand how you're going to lead yourself through this pandemic. All right. Thank you so much. You guys can put comments in the chat and I'll pick up your comments in the chat. You can email me, austin@tmconsultingllc.com. I'm sure many of you have my email address. Contact me. If you need assistance with developing your strategic plan for 2021, definitely contact me, and I will go at a slower pace and then help you with your plan for 2021. All right. So we're gonna key up now for our next speaker, Mr. Michel Valbrun, excuse me, and he will be our next presenter. All right. So thank you all very much. All right, Michelle, let me just get your bio up so I can give you the proper introduction.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Yes, yes. So next we have our CPA and independent consultant, Mr. Michel Valbrun, a young man I met a few years back, and we've forged a really great friendship. And you will learn a lot from him this morning. And I'll just go ahead and read his bio, and then we'll get started. Michel Valbrun, CPA, Certified Public Accountant, is a seasoned, award-winning millennial financial expert, writer, and empowerment speaker on a mission to help people pave the path to lasting financial success. Hailing from Miami, he desired to be his own boss early on. That truly inspired him to take action. What truly inspired him to take action, was when he first read Rich Dad, Poor Dad in high school. And I think a whole lot of us had that experience with that book. From that point forward, he decided to harness his unwavering entrepreneurial spirit and to ultimately attain financial freedom. However, Michel's journey wasn't without hardship. After graduating college, he wound up with substantial debt, over $30,000. This may have discouraged him, but it ultimately pushed him to greater heights. He went on to pay off his debts and within 2 years improved his overall financial status. Michel grew passionate about personal finance and his passion became a calling, committing to providing financial empowerment to over 1 million millennials. Today, Michel serves as founder of Wealth Warriors and Unlock Your Swag, self-awareness, wisdom, action, and growth. 2 online communities dedicated to providing proven tips and strategies to living a fulfilling lifestyle, not only financially, but personally and professionally. When he isn't creating monetary transformation in people's lives, you can find Michel Valbrun at personal development workshops, reading, and spending time with his wife. He is also an avid dancer, rapper, and writer with a knack for video production. Ladies and gentlemen, the man of all talents, Mr. Michel Valbrun.
Thank you for that introduction in that bio. Well, first and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. An honor and pleasure to be here. As Austin shared with you, my name is Michel Valbrun, a CPA, tax strategist, and award-winning author. So today we're going to talk about tax strategies and maintaining liquidity during and after the pandemic. As you can see, there's just obviously 2020 has been an interesting year. There's been a lot of volatility, a lot of changes going on, and there's going to be a lot more changes in the upcoming year, given the new president-elect Joe Biden. I'm going to be touching on some of those things as well during this presentation. So hang on tight. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can so I can leave time for questions. But if anything comes up during the presentation, I'm sure Austin will be able to catch some of those comments and let me know so we can go ahead and get into it. And then just a bonus gift too. So for watching the whole presentation, which you guys probably are, I plan to give you guys a gift. So make sure you pay attention, stick around, because it's going to be worth your time. So as Austin mentioned, he gave me this amazing introduction, but just to kind of reiterate, my name is Michel Valbrun. I'm actually also, in addition to all the things he shared, I'm also the founder of the Valbrun Group. And that is my CPA firm where really we help individuals and businesses reduce their tax liability, increase profit and sales through clarity, power, and accountability. I've been in the industry for over 10 years now, working with small businesses, the Fortune 100 companies, Fortune 500 companies. And in the past year, we've helped our clients save close to $9 million in taxes legally and ethically. And as you can see here, I've been featured in several publications. And recently I was featured in Entrepreneur. I'm actually a writer and contributor for that magazine. And as I mentioned, award-winning author. So my book, Prolific Profit, How Successful Businesses Maximize Profits and Dominate the Market, was released earlier this year in January 2020. So, if you haven't checked that out, definitely check that out. It's on Amazon and audiobooks and a whole sorts of ways that you can consume that content. So as I mentioned, you really, with our company, the methodology that we use and kind of how we work through the different services that we help our clients with is the CPA Success System. So with the CPA Success System, it stands for clarity. So we help our clients, or we help you get clarity on currently where you're at. So we really take a deep dive in your situation, understand kind of what's current state for you, how much money do you have in your business, what are you looking to do with your business, what kind of challenges are you experiencing in your business, what do you need to know, and then once we get that information, we give you the power, the tools, and knowledge, the information that you need in order to take your business, your life to the next level and help you really close that gap and help you accomplish your goals. And then last but not least is accountability, which is extremely important. So really with the accountability piece, it's really sitting down with you and making sure that you are implementing all the things that we shared with you. And
under this.
is that a question?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, yep. So, and accountability. And then as you can see here, they all the different components work together, right? So you have clarity, power, and accountability. And what really the ultimate goal is prolific profit. And as you can see, each of these components, they all need one another, and you can see the benefits of some of the cross intersection there. But really at the end of the day, you do need to be in an environment, be in a system that you have all these components working together in a symbiotic type of way. So one of the questions I like to ask people is, what is your single largest expense? And typically when I ask this question, people tend to tell me, well, it's my mortgage, my car note, my children, student loan debt. There's all these different types of answers, but really when you break it down, actually the single largest expense is taxes. And I'm going to break it down and explain to you why that is. So when you make money, you pay income tax, right? When you buy something, you pay sales tax. When you purchase property, you pay property tax. When you sell the property for more than what you pay for, you pay capital gains tax. When you die, someone is responsible for paying estate tax as well. But really, in addition, even though you have all those taxes that I just shared with you, which probably takes up about 50% of your income, believe it or not, to me, the biggest tax of all of those is what I call the ignorance tax, okay? And really, when I say ignorance tax, all that really means is an overpayment of taxes. Many entrepreneurs, maybe individuals, are overpaying in taxes because they're not aware of the tax codes. And really in this presentation, I'm going to share with you a couple of things that you can implement today that can help you save some money on taxes, but then also reducing the amount of ignorance tax that you're going to pay this year if you really pay attention and follow some of the things I'm going to share with you today. So 74,608, that number actually, believe it or not, is how many pages are in the IRS tax code. So if you were to print out the IRS tax code, there's over 74,608. That has significantly expanded since I actually looked up this number. I'm pretty sure it's in the high 90s now, because as you can imagine, this past year, they passed the CARES Act, which was related to COVID. So there's a whole bunch of changes and amendments that they added to the tax code. Joe Biden's looking to add and make some changes to the tax code. I'm going to talk about those as well. And it's constantly changing, constantly evolving. So it's very hard to keep up with the tax code and really understand it, which is why so many people overpaying taxes. And when I say ignorance, it's not as a form of like disrespect or anything. Ignorance, if you look up that word, it really just means a lack of knowledge in general on a certain subject. So a lot of people just don't understand the tax code. And believe it or not, even a lot of tax professionals don't really understand the tax code in a way that's going to be advantageous to the small business owner. And even Albert Einstein, the genius of the world, has even shared that the hardest thing in the world to understand is income tax. So really what I'm here to do is help you break that down and really show you how you can use understanding taxes as a vehicle to help you maintain liquidity during and after the pandemic, and really make sure that you get that, because it's not really how much you earn, but it's how much you keep. So making sure that you're able to reduce that tax liability legally and ethically is really your goal. And we've heard about how Trump was able to pay $750 in taxes. So that just shows you the power of being able to understand the tax code, however you feel about him from a political standpoint, there are a lot of things that you can do from a tax perspective that can help you save some money. And really, as I mentioned before, there's different types of professionals in the tax arena. And as you can see here, and this is just kind of my perspective and the way I view things. So again, if you happen to fall in any of these categories, again, it's just my opinion. But on the bottom here, you have what's called a tax preparer or a self-prepared tax return. So you have a tax preparer. It's either it could be you, where you are using like TurboTax. I heard Credit Karma has a tax prep software. There's different softwares that you can use out there preparing your taxes on your own, or working with the tax preparer, someone who's working like at an H&R Block that may not have necessarily the educational background to prep taxes, but they went through a short-term training just to be able to learn how to do tax prep. So that's like the lowest level of tax tax professionals, and typically that's where you see a lot of the issues when it comes to taxes. The next level up is enrolled agents and tax attorneys. These individuals, very, very knowledgeable about the tax code. Enrolled agents, they went through a series of tests with the IRS to prove and certify themselves as tax professionals, tax attorneys. They have a more focused area on tax law and understanding how to navigate the tax code legally and ethically. And then you have certified public accountants on top of that. I have those individuals on top because they have a broader understanding of not only taxes, but accounting in general. And that's what's really going to help you out as a business owner, is to work with a CPA, because again, they have the expertise on the accounting side and also the tax side too. So when you marry the two, that's going to be most beneficial for your business. But even on top of that, there is a even higher level of tax professional out there. So as I mentioned, so even though someone's a CPA, doesn't necessarily mean that they understand the tax code and understand some of the strategies and things that are available to you as a business owner. So even on an even higher level than the CPA is what I call the tax elites. Okay, and the tax elite are individuals who really, in my opinion, are the upper echelon of what it means to be a tax professional. And these are the type of individuals that you want to seek. And I'm going to break that down. It's actually an acronym that I created, so I'm going to break that component down for you. So the first E is related to education. So education is extremely important when you're looking for a tax professional, right? So as I mentioned, if you like the folks at H&R Block, I mean, they have a lot of great professionals there, but really the requirement in order to work there is that you just need to be 18 years or older, and I don't even think you necessarily need to have a GED. You just have to go through their tax prep program, and they teach you what you need to know. They teach you enough in order to be able to use and navigate the software, and also a little bit about the tax code. But really, education is going to be important because you want to work with someone who actually went to school for taxes. What you're going to find is a lot of times during the tax season, you're going to have a lot of people doing taxes as a side hustle, trying to make extra money. I'm all about making extra money, but as a business owner, as someone who's looking to save money legally and ethically, you definitely want to work with someone who either has an undergraduate degree in accounting or really went to school for taxes and accounting. So that's number one. The next part of that is legal authority. So legal authority is an individual that's able to represent you in front of the IRS. So enrolled agents, tax attorneys, CPAs have the ability to do that. So that's going to be important for you, especially as you try to navigate this new tax code. You may get a letter from the IRS, and those individuals can represent you in court if you happen to have any issues. So that's I think, to me, that's very important. The next part of that is which is intangibles. When I say intangibles, there's a couple components of that. The first part of that intangibles is someone with integrity. So you want to make sure that you work with someone who follows the tax code with integrity, does things the right way, is knowledgeable, and not willing to not going to do anything that's going to compromise you, your business, and potentially, have you face penalties and fines because you're doing things in unethical ways. So that's number one. The second part of that intangibles piece is investment. So you want to work with an individual that's going to create an ROI for your business, someone that's going to put money in your pocket. I'm going to explain to you a little bit more what that means. But a lot of times when we hire tax professionals, we just have them do tax prep. And that doesn't really provide like an ROI. Like really as a business owner, what you want to do is you want to invest and spend money into people and things that are going to provide a return for you. And that's what the tax elite do through a process called tax planning, which I'm going to talk a little bit about. Next part of that is training. So how much training are they doing? Are they keeping up with the tax code? Are they investing in themselves? Are they required to do that type of investment in themselves? As a CPA, I'm required to take a certain amount of credit hours per year in order to maintain my CPA license. So you want to make sure that you're working with someone who at the very least is doing the training on their own, but even on a higher level actually required to do that, because that's what's going to keep them accountable. And last but not least, experience. What type of experience does the individual have? Are they working with business owners? What types of industries? What's the area of expertise? And that's what you need to look at. So again, the tax elite. And like as I mentioned, the tax elite all do what's called tax planning. And I'm going to break down what tax planning is. So really one of the biggest problems in this country is that most small business owners and individuals believe that their CPA, accountant, tax preparer is saving them money on taxes, but they actually aren't. So tax prep, as I mentioned, is really a cost to your business. Tax planning is an investment with a high ROI. And this is just to give you like a more of a visual representation of what tax planning is. So tax prep really falls on this side, right? So tax prep is done after year end. So after 12/31, when the year is over, that's when tax prep starts. That's when the tax preparation process starts. And really is just an individual preparing taxes and submitting it to the IRS. So again, that's all that's really going on. Tax planning, on the other hand, is the process of looking at a person's life, business, looking at regulatory changes to legally reduce their taxes. So it's done before the end of the year. And that's really where all the money is made. That's where all the money is saved. That's how people like Trump and other individuals are able to pay close to nothing on taxes, because they're doing all this planning up front, because they're aware of what's allowed. And when it comes time to do taxes, it's just a matter of inputting those numbers in, and they can, for the most part, be able to estimate how much you're going to end up paying in taxes because they put together this plan. And really the power of tax planning is it's proactive versus reactive. So really when it comes time to tax prep, many of you may have experienced this, is to where you get your taxes done and you realize you have this big tax bill at the end of the year, and you're trying to dig up more receipts, and trying to talk to your tax professional, trying to see if they can save you even more money. But really when it comes down to it at the end of the year, it's pretty much done. So you want to be proactive. You want to be more on the offensive side, which is really proactively thinking and seeking and being aware of what's available to you. And then really it's just a peace of mind. It's a peace of mind knowing that you don't have to worry about having a big tax bill. It's a peace of mind knowing that you did everything legally and ethically right by yourself, your business, in order to save you money on taxes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the changes that are going on in the political environment. Again, it's not a political discussion, but it's going to be important for us to consider like what's going on currently and how's that going to impact you this year and every year going forward. Because again, there's going to be some significant changes coming down the pipe once President-elect Biden is in office. So how can you save tens of hundreds of dollars at the end of the year if Biden wins, if there's a contested election or an unknown outcome? So as of today, we don't 100% know who is going to be the president in 2021. I say 100% because right now, as of this presentation, Donald Trump hasn't conceded. He is looking to fight for his seat in office. So we don't 100% know what's going to happen in 2021 as far as who's going to be the president. While it looks like Biden is ahead and he has been announced as the president on many major new networks, there are 4 scenarios that we got to consider when it comes to planning. So we have 4 scenarios here. So there's going to be an unknown outcome, right? So one, we don't know, maybe some absolute complete random thing happens to where a completely new president comes in. Who knows, right? So Joe Biden's kind of old. Who knows? Maybe Kamala may come in and step in as the president. We have another scenario here, right? Is the contested election where Donald Trump is coming in and he's pushing back and he's pushing off on Joe Biden getting into office. So that's another scenario. We have Joe Biden winning and we have Trump winning. So there's all these different things that we got to consider. And the problem is we may not know the final answers by 12/31. Okay, so that's why, again, it's important to really start looking at this, really start planning in order to come up with different scenarios of what you need to do for your business and also your investments as well. And it presents a problem, right? So we have, this is kind of the timeline of what we have going on right here. So we had the elections that happened November 30th. Right now it's unknown contested. We have the year end, which is December 31st. And we have the new COVID bill that is going to, that's impacting the activity that was done in 2020. So the COVID bill that was in force, the CARES Act that was put in place in 2020, basically filing your taxes by April 15th, March 15th if you're a business owner, or October 15th if you extend your tax return. But again, if Biden is elected, you have to plan for every time frame realistically. So just being, again, proactive on that. And both sides of the political parties want a new COVID bill. They want to implement another COVID bill that is going to provide some flexibility to you as an individual and also business owners as well. And we could even just take a look at what happened this year, right? So when COVID hit, they placed the Family First Corona Response Act, and then we had the CARES Act, which put $2 trillion in the economy, and then we had the interim emergency bill, which is about $484 billion, and we don't know what will be the next COVID bill. So again, we have to really be proactive and really working with someone who can help us navigate that. And on top of that, the tax environment will be vastly different depending on who finally becomes president. So here are a couple things that Joe Biden is proposing and versus what Trump currently has in place and what he's looking to do in the future as well. So individual income tax rates. So you may have seen some news articles and headlines and pictures and screenshots of like the tax rate being like 62%, like in New York and California. And that is a little bit of a, not as exaggeration, but that was a little bit there to scare you and put that out there, because really it's just a combined federal and state rate. But hypothetically speaking, if it's possible in the sense that because what Biden's looking to do is, one, he's looking to increase tax revenue to 2.4 to 4 trillion over the next 10 years. So these are some of the things that he's looking to do in order to be able to accomplish that goal. So one of the things that he's proposing is to increase the top tax rate by 39.6%, which is pretty much what it was prior to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which is the big tax reform that Trump put in place when he was in office. Trump actually has mentioned the idea of a new 10% middle income tax rate. Additionally, he supports extending tax provisions under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act beyond 2025. So a lot of things that he put in place, they would pretty much phase out by 2025. He's actually looking to extend that out. Biden, what he's looking to do is, as from a capital gains and dividends perspective, Biden's proposal, he's looking to increase the top tax marginal tax rate on long-term capital gains to 39.6% for taxpayers earning more than $1 million annually. He's also looking to eliminate the step-up basis in assets that are passed down to descendants. So pretty much estate tax planning. He is looking to increase the tax rates on those. And then obviously on the opposite side of that, Trump is seriously considering a capital gains tax cut via an executive order. So he's really looking to reduce that. He's also looking to, he stated that he would propose cutting the maximum capital gains rate to 15% if he is reelected. Currently, the maximum is for long-term capital gains is, I believe, 25% right now, or 20%. So he's looking to just have that pretty much stop at 15%, which is huge. And then also he is looking to, has also floated indexing capital gains to inflation as well. The payroll tax, that's another thing that is that they've discussed. Biden, he's looking to eliminate the wage-based cap on payroll taxes to 137,700 for 2020, and on taxpayers who make more than 400,000. So really, just to even taking a step back, so a lot of the changes in the tax code are really going to impact individuals making over 400,000 or more. Excuse me, if you're making less than 400,000, his promise and his guarantees, what he's saying is that he's not looking to increase taxes for that. So just keep that in mind. If you're making more than 400,000, this is really going to impact you. Even if you're making less than 400,000, a lot of this stuff will impact you if you're not aware and you're not doing things correctly, because there's just a lot of changes going on. Trump has actually lobbied for payroll taxes to be cut or outright eliminated, which is going to be huge if he happens to, if he's able to do that. And under another executive action, employers are allowed to defer the collection of payment of the employee's share of FICA during the year from September to December period to January of 2021, with a promise to eliminate deferred taxes if he's reelected. Corporate tax rates. It's corporate tax rates. Biden's looking to increase as well. So currently it's a flat 21%. He's looking to bring that back up to 28%. Additionally, Biden proposes a minimum tax on corporation with book profits of 100 million or more. Trump is actually looking to just kind of keep things the way he had that on the corporate tax rate. Qualified business income. If you all remember, when Trump got elected, he created what's called the qualified business income deduction, which pretty much gives you a 20% deduction on qualified business income, depending on different income thresholds, etc. Biden's actually proposing and phasing out the qualified business deduction for income above 400,000. And then there's many other different areas. Child tax credits, Biden's looking to make that a little bit more flexible, and he's increasing the amount of people that can get that, which is a good thing. He's also increasing the benefit, I believe, from 3,000 to 8,000. Repatriation of profits, so he's looking to individuals who are investing and making money internationally. He's looking to bring some of that money in. He's also implementing some energy tax incentives, making some changes to itemized deductions, healthcare, GILTI, etc. So again, a lot of big changes that you need to be aware of. And we talked a little bit about tax planning. So really the question is, so why have some business owners been asking about 101.5 taxes? All right, so there's been some news going on about business owners paying 101.5 in tax, and how does that work? So you can see here how that's possible. This is just an example of San Francisco. Obviously, we know that San Francisco is just historically just a high tax city. So, you know, this is what San Francisco is looking at. But, you know, we have FICA 15.3, additional Medicare tax of 0.9, 28% on the corporate tax rate, about 40% on the income tax rate, capital gains, then investment income. So all of these, California state tax, San Francisco tax. So if you look at all these and combine them, that's coming out to about 101.5. So you can see here how, you know, again, it can be pretty scary for you as a business owner if you're not aware and making sure that you're working with someone to help you out and help you navigate this. And that doesn't even include sales tax, like I mentioned, and property tax earlier in the presentation. So this is just kind of some of the standard tax rates that you're probably going to hit it, like if you happen to be a business owner in San Francisco. And each of those taxes add up to 101.5, but it's not really 101.5, because you would only have these tax rates if you live in certain cities and states, and the same tax rates don't always combine on the same income at the same time. So, and you can deduct taxes at different levels, which affects the taxable amount later on. But it could be a lot more taxes than you're paying today. So even though it's not going to be 101.5, it's still probably going to end up being more than what you're paying today. So again, regardless of who's the president, there's going to be a lot of changes that are going on, again, because we have COVID and they're both looking to take action on it. Current state right now is that we have massive deficits right now. So we have probably the biggest deficit we've already had. There's money printing, which is kind of leading to inflation of money. A pandemic relief or stimulus package is probably going to come down the pipeline. And then there's going to be tax changes as well. And that's what we're focused on. That's kind of what we focus on helping you do, is really being aware of this stuff here. And if Biden were to win in particular, this is kind of the plan right now. So, again, planning for the upcoming year, the 2021 planning pre-tax bill, and then the 2020-21 planning post-tax bill as well, and 2022 tax planning. And the next year is going to be like an iceberg. And when I say iceberg, this is what I mean by the iceberg. So you have what you think you could save in taxes, which is really just, the tip of the iceberg. And then really under that, it's what you can actually save in taxes for a new COVID bill and a potential change in the government. So this is, the opportunity here of what you can do. Most people are probably just going to end up here, really up here, honestly, because again, most people are not working with what I call, like I said, considered the tax elite. And yeah, if you were to work with us, basically some of the things that we cover are deductions. We discuss legal entity. We'd even get to talk about legal entity, but legal entity is going to have a significant impact for you. As we can see, the corporate tax rate is changing. So that's going to impact you if you're currently set up as a corporation. There's going to be changes in retirement. One of the things that Joe Biden's looking to do is he's looking to change the benefit of the 401k, which traditionally was a deduction based on how much you contributed. Right now it's $19,500, which is the maximum amount you can contribute. He's looking to get that to a 20% tax credit. So basically across the board, whatever the number it is that you contribute, let's say it's the 19,500 is still the maximum amount. Everyone just gets a 20% tax benefit from that. Insurance, there's several things that you could do with insurance that can help you save some money on taxes, legal loopholes, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the CARES Act, Biden, all these things are going to impact you. And these are things that we talk about and work with you on if that's something that you are interested in. And also niche specific strategies as well. So you all are in different niches and different businesses and different industries. So just really being aware of what can your business specifically do. They're creating different special laws out there for different business owners. So it's important to be aware of that. And again, that's something that we cover as well. And currently, you may be thinking that you're not big enough, so maybe you might be new to business. Even some of you could be working a day job. You may be feeling you're paying too much in taxes, don't want to get in trouble with taxes. And one of my clients here, John Carlo, he was actually in the same position. He still had his job. And when we did his first tax plan, he didn't have much sales in his business, but he knew that he was going to quit and do 250 in sales his first year. So I helped him properly structure his business to minimize his taxes. We took into consideration various forms of asset protection. We reviewed the options for legal entity incorporation. We made a plan for saving, investing, growing the wealth that he was going to create. And before he quit his job, we completed his plan. And a few months later, he didn't quite hit his goal. And but he did actually 28,000 per month, which comes out to 336,000 annually in sales, and closed on his first commercial property. And it was really a great lesson for him. And what he learned was really the best time to do tax planning is before you have income. So a lot of people come up to me when if they're just starting or don't have a ton of money, they're like, when should I work with a CPA, a tax elite? when should I consider tax planning? It's really before you have a lot of income, because again, if you have a lot of income and you're not aware of the tax code, you're going to end up paying a lot of money. As I was actually on a call this previous week with an NBA athlete making multi-million dollars, and no one's really giving him the education and sharing with him this kind of information. And we found that he was overpaying in taxes by several thousands of dollars, and I'm working with him to try to clean that up and fix that. But you really want to do it before you make money, because again, you're going to end up overpaying if you're not aware of that. And really the process with us is, let's say you decided to work with us, reach out to us. Really the day one, we do what's called a strategy session. Really it's that clarity component, so really understanding currently where you're at, your life, your business, and doing a deep dive on your life. And then within 48 hours, we go ahead and send you a request list. We can have a kickoff call, and then we deliver a tax plan to you. Then we have a follow-up call as needed with you. And then as you can see here, some of the things that we'll cover if we decided to work together on the tax plan is we'll be considering the tax plan for 2020, 2021 and beyond, considering the COVID bill, considering some of the Biden tax hikes that are coming up down the pipeline. We'll be going over deductions and strategy planning. So these are some of the strategies and deductions that we'll be looking at. Legal entity optimization across multiple entities, LLCs, S Corps, C Corps, partnerships. We'll be looking at that. Retirement options and a plan to really help you structure and save close to over $1 million in your retirement account. Looking at some of these different some of these retirement plans here. Insurance, we'll be reviewing different ways to protect your assets and reduce your taxes. So these are some of the asset protection strategies that we have in order to help you save and protect your assets. Looking at some of the new tax codes, like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Family First Crisis Response Act, looking again, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the CARES Act, etc. All the things that came out of COVID. Employee retention credit is going to be a huge one. And IRS court cases and references and support positions. So really, in addition to not only telling you how you could save money on taxes, but also showing you where specifically in the IRS tax code this refers to, the court cases that relate to it, that also can help you support your position as well. Again, all the things related to some of the new changes in the tax code, and like I said, all the things that happened this year, and then maybe a fourth act, the fifth act, the sixth act, which is definitely probably coming down the pipeline, because until we can really manage this current pandemic, and also on top of that, stimulate the economy again, you can expect to see a lot more acts coming down the pipeline as well. And then let's see here. Yeah, again, planning for all the changes that Biden's planning on making. So we talked about all those and how that could impact you and your life and your business. And then even also considering some legal entities. So legal entities we didn't really get into, but here are a couple that we can go over and discuss. If we decided to work together in the last 12 months, my clients have saved close to $9 million in taxes in the current year, and then about close to over 200 million by the time they retire. If you really take all the accumulated savings, let's say we work together and help you save 30,000. If you extrapolate that over to current time, to the time you're going to retire, that could be a significant impact on your life and your livelihood. And another client, just wanted to share here, Sarah. She's doing over $12 million in her business. She loved her accountant. She actually had a CPA that she was working with, and he was a family friend. And even though she was paying a few thousand in prep fees, like she was paying well over, like, I think $3,000 to have someone actually just do the tax prep for her, the accountant wasn't doing any planning for her. And we found that she was actually overpaying in taxes by $60,582 on the average for 6 years. So that's close to $360,000 in cash she should have had if she would have done this process. And needless to say, she didn't like her accountant anymore. And we just hit her with a few basic strategies. So we showed her some things she could do, from deductions, legal entity structure, retirement, insurance, income shifting strategies, which came out to that $60,582. So that is pretty much it. That is my time, again, for sticking around. I'm giving you a gift of a free tax assessment. So if you're interested, if you enjoyed what you hear, you can reach out to me and connect with me at valbranggroup.com/schedules. We can jump on a call and, kind of really do a deep dive to see, one, if you are currently overpaying in taxes, and then kind of what the process is to be able to manage that, and also be able to take advantage of, some of the strategies and things that are coming down the pipe. So that is my time. Again, like I said, I wanted to leave it open for questions. I think we have 15 minutes. Austin, I'm not sure if you have any questions in there. If so, feel free to let me know. I'm not sure.
I don't have any in the chat as yet. So I'm going to ask some folks to please speak up. I know as as we are preparing to go into 2021, we're preparing to go into a tax season. And for the business that we have conducted this year, many of you will be preparing your business taxes for April 15. Now, I'm going to tell you, as I've mentioned this for the last 3 days, make sure you get all your questions in now. Michelle mentioned he's doing business with ball players, with NBA ball players. If you don't ask him the question now, it's going to cost you a lot after today.
Right.
Matter of fact, he might be charging me for the next time I ask him to speak. He's doing business with the NBA. I ain't reached the NBA yet, but I'm just saying. But he is a brilliant source of information, especially when it comes to taxes and understanding where you need to be in order to be liquid as an organization. So please, if you have cash flow questions, working capital questions, from a CPA standpoint, he has your attention right now. So please ask. I'm going to ask the first question.
Go for it.
Michelle.
Yes.
As a small business owner, what should I be looking at as far as preparing for? I'm sure we're back to the April 15th cycle, right? In 2021.
Yeah, as of right now, yep.
Okay. What should I be looking at as far as filing my business taxes? If I don't have, and I'm speaking for, because I have a business tax person. If a CPA, if I don't have a business tax CPA, what should I be looking at as far as preparing my taxes as a business owner going into the tax season?
Yeah, a couple of things. So really, again, if you currently don't have a business tax CPA, then definitely you want to get one on your team. I think to me, that's probably going to be number one. But then number two, until you get to that point, a couple of things that you need to look at. So one, you want to make sure that your financials are in order. So what we found is a lot of times especially during with all the money that was given out, a lot of business owners weren't prepared. Their financials weren't put together. They weren't able to take advantage of some of the money that was coming out there because they just didn't have their stuff in order. So make sure you have that in place. Make sure you have that in order. Make sure you have those things documented. And then also really, again, taking a look at your current situation, your life, your business, and seeing how you can save money on taxes. We talked a little bit about deductions, legal entity structure, retirement, insurance, legal loopholes. So even if you wanted to try to do some like self-education yourself, maybe going online, watching some videos. I got a YouTube channel that I talk about some of this stuff. Making sure that you do some of that educational work is going to help you significantly. And then also too, one of the things that you can do is just making sure that, again, as you are moving into the year, making sure that you're in compliance. So if you did get some PPP money and some of the other monies that are out there, making sure that you're compliant from the standpoint of, having your records and documents in order as far as what you were able to do. And then one really bonus tax tip and strategy that I can share with you is just like prepaying for your expenses. So if you think that you're gonna have a big tax bill at the end of the year, if you prepay for some of those expenses, that's gonna help you out. Actually, in the Entrepreneur magazine article that I released yesterday, I had the article is actually about 2020 year-end tax planning. So if you Google 2020 year-end tax planning, Entrepreneur, you might have to put in my name as well. I have a whole article. It's a 3-minute read. It's a short read going over all the things that you need to be doing at the end of the year to be able to help you save money on taxes.
what was that 2020 year end tax plan?
Yeah, it's called Your 2020 Year-End Tax Planning.
And then we'll have to put in your name, huh?
Yeah, if you put in my name, that should come up.
All right, because you heard Michelle, he's doing a free tax assessment. So if you need a free tax assessment, please definitely get in touch with him. This is why we do the Entrepreneurship is Small Business Summit. We are putting you in connection with the consultants and with the authorities in their respective areas. So definitely, please make sure you take advantage of that. I have a question in the chat. Hold on a second. Let me pull it back up. Oh, all right. It's to everyone, but do you work with other partners once the assessment is developed?
Yes, so I do work with other partners. And I'm going to assume if you mean partners as in like other business professionals, I do work with other business professionals in that regard. So I have, attorneys that I work with, I have financial advisors, planners that I work with. So yeah, we definitely work with other business partners, if that's what you mean.
If someone, if a business owner received grant money from the Paycheck Protection Program and also funding from the Economic Injury Disaster Loan, is there any, I've heard of folks who have, is there a special way that they should file their taxes on April 15th? Is there a penalty for that?
Yeah, so one of the things that they're going to look at is they want to have clear documentation of how that money was spent. So there's a couple of provisions that you need to follow with that PPP money. The EIDL was a little bit more flexible because that's just kind of more of like a grant, a loan. The PPP is really what they're going to be hammering and cracking down on how the money was spent. Really what they're looking for is for you to use that. You should have used that money for payroll expenses, which could help you allow that to be what do you call it, forgivable, that portion of it. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that you need to consider and look at in order to be compliant. So, but as far as like a tax prep standpoint, I think it's for the most part should be same. It's just the same. It's just a matter of keeping that documentation in order.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, keep the questions coming. Anyone else has any for Michelle?
And if not, that's fine. Again, guys, the link is up there. Feel free to connect with me. I didn't put the spelling of my name on here, but I can go ahead. If you guys don't already have it, you guys could follow me at Michel Valbrun. The website is valbrungroup.com. Michel Valbrun on all social media platforms. So definitely connect with me there. Happy to help.
And in your financial empowerment, that segment of your business of the Valbrun Group, how do you help entrepreneurs in that aspect?
Yeah, really in that aspect. So a couple things. So obviously doing programs like this where I'm speaking and educating folks on business, on finance, accounting. So it's really just more of an educational aspect of my business where I'm doing, presentations. I'm creating content such as videos going over this stuff. I even have online programs and courses. So I actually have another program that I didn't talk about here called Tax Wealth Secrets. And that program is available if you go to taxwealthcourse.com, I believe it is. If you go on taxwealthcourse.com, you can get a program, pretty much as a video program going over all the ways you can save money on taxes. That also includes a free call as well. So if that's something that you're interested in, feel free to email me. My email actually, just so I could put up here too, is contact@michelvalbrun.com. So feel free to reach out to me there as well. If anything that I said, if you had questions on anything, definitely feel free to reach out to me there.
Right, because it's important just to to know that you're not just branded as a tax accountant or a CPA, but you also do financial advisement and financial empowerment
Yeah.
workshops. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, even personal development, personal finance topics as credit, investing, all those different things. Yeah, all those play, a piece into creating wealth. Ultimately, my goal is to help, entrepreneurs and business owners, have financial transformations in the way of helping them save money on taxes, educating them on ways they can increase their wealth, etc. So yeah, all those things are part of the business too.
Okay, great, great. Well, Michelle, I don't know what else to say, man. You left it on the floor.
Thank you. Thank you,
I
buddy.
thank you so much. I thank you so much. It means a lot, when I can recruit, talent like you, to come on and basically discuss these key intricacies in your respective authority. Because, our business owners, they need to have information from every facet of business development and business management and business growth, from taxes to cash flow management to digital marketing, you name it, health and dealing with health and anxiety and stress. Our next speaker will be speaking on leadership development and growing your executive leadership. I was speaking on key strategic planning areas to focus on. We have someone who will be speaking on spirituality and motivation. See, all of these play into, developing the entrepreneurial mind, the entrepreneurial spirit, because this year is so unique because we have never ever had to deal with a global pandemic like COVID-19. We've dealt with, economic shifts due to the housing market or, various hiccups in the economy, layoffs and business interruptions, but nothing at this magnitude that has been felt throughout the global community. So I am always gracious when I have, speakers come on at your caliber to really share your expertise, with business owners. And I hope that you've all his contact information. Please capitalize on the free assessment. It's free. Free.
That's right.
You guys had a lot of free stuff thrown at you over the last 3 days. Free. That's something we don't do well. We don't capitalize on free. We wait until it costs, but he's giving you a free tax assessment. So please document his phone number, email address, whatever contact information he left for us, and please follow up with him. Michelle, thank you so much. You are a wealth of information, and I really appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Take care.
All
Hey,
right,
Michelle, don't leave yet, man. I gotta say,
Hey.
Are you gonna ask him to rap? You gonna ask him to rap or what?
That's my free assessment, man.
Good to see you, Zarel.
Good to see you, Michelle. Great. Good to see you.
This is what we generate, man. We generate good vibes, with the
yeah.
ESBS. We're all family, really. We're all family and good friends, and this is what we do, man. And we just come together, we talk business, and we share information. It's knowledge sharing, and we all try to lift each other up. So thanks to these gentlemen here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. And we're going to get ready to shift into our next presentation. And please, if you need to take a water break or whatever, get up, stretch, please feel free to do that. We're just going to keep moving along like we've done for the past 3 days. And we have our 2 remaining speakers for the day. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Sorel Katan. Sorel Katan. And he will, Sorel is going to bring it. I just know it.
We're gonna have fun, man. Let's have fun.
I must say your resume is very impressive. I must say, it makes me jealous. So
The good thing is I'm you, man. I am you.
it makes it very impressive. All right. Mr. Sorel Katan, presentation, optimizing your business operations. to overcome COVID-19 challenges. Sorrel J. Catan is a business and leadership consultant with more than 30 years of experience in the industry. He designs, plans, and implements large-scale information technology, infrastructure, and product development programs. Mr. Catan is the co-founder and president of QM3 Utility Services Incorporated. Under his leadership, QM3 has developed and deployed processes and systems and managed millions of field assets for utilities across the Southeast. QM3 employs a diverse workforce and currently serves clients in the states of Georgia, Virginia, and Tennessee. I notice you stay in the warm weather states there, Sorrel. You don't go up to like Montana and Oregon and
Anything over 72 scares me, man.
Buffalo, New York, Michigan.
Oh, no.
Mr. Catan was also managing partner at LeQ Group, Inc., where he led training and consulting engagements to equip LeQ Group clients with the capability to leverage key relationships, create demand, acquire and retain quality clients. Prior to co-founding LeQ Group, Inc., Mr. Catan ran the training business unit at Novations Project Management, where he managed the delivery of project management products, services, and training for Fortune 100 clients, including Sears, Synovus, and Global Payments. As a subject matter expert, Mr. Catan is a business and leadership consultant, instructor, coach, and mentor. His methods are designed to align teams and increase organizational productivity through the definition and implementation of organizational management, project management, and product development processes. This also led him to establish his new venture, ExecuFit, and he has many. ExecuFit, a company which consults directly with CEOs to increase their effectiveness as organization leaders and optimize their methodologies and strategy planning. Mr. Catan serves his community as the president of the Georgia Haitian American Chamber of Commerce and board director at Haiti Outreach. He earned his MBA from Nova Southeastern University and a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the University of Florida. He is a certified project management professional, PMP, and a member of the Project Management Institute. Mr. Catan has been married to his best friend, best partner and collaborator, Mrs. Susan M. Catan, for more than 30 years. They are the proud parents of Marlon, Marcus, Marcel, and Tanisha. They are also the proud grandparents of Marion, Madison, and Sky. They've called Atlanta, Georgia home for more than 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no other words. Mr. Sorrel Catan.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you so much for the introduction. And
Thank you.
what makes me qualified to be in this forum with you is that I know you and that I have had the privilege of being your friend and being someone to whom you'd say, hey, Sorrel, call so-and-so.
Yeah.
You need to connect. And I'll tell you what, Austin, every time I do that, I make another friend for life.
Yes, sir.
I'm really touched, moved that you'd asked me to be here, and just open to give whatever this group needs. And so there was one thing that the resume didn't say. The resume didn't say that I am from Haiti. And the resume didn't say that I grew from a gentleman named Edouard Quetan. That's my father. And it didn't say that my mother's Kessia Quetan. And I mentioned them because, see, they are the ones who caused this. Like my father, I don't think he had any education beyond high school. Yet in the 60s, my dad used to leave Port-au-Prince, Haiti, fly to New York, spend 6 months, work in a junkyard. As a mechanic, he would assemble a bunch of parts and buy himself 2 school buses and come back to Haiti with all that on a boat and proceed to create something that would marvel you, right? He takes a school bus and transforms it into what is a tap-tap in Haiti. And my father's always been that kind of entrepreneur. So I grew up looking at that and knowing that, someday I don't know what the business would be. I'd own a business. So everything I am, I owe to my father. And everything I am in terms of how I relate to human beings, I owe to their relationship. While dad was away doing that stuff, guess what mom was doing? I didn't wear a piece of clothing that my mother didn't sew until I was probably 14. She made everything. She did that for all my brothers. And then she did that for the other kids in the neighborhood. She was the seamstress of the neighborhood. See, I learned entrepreneurship that way. And I also learned what I'm going to share with you in the presentation that I've created for this. I also learned that preparing and recovering from any crisis never happens when the crisis is here. It actually happens before the crisis. And it is that conversation I want to have with each of you. And when I say each of you, I do mean each of you. When you're in a group like that, it's very easy to think that the presentation's happening to the group as opposed to I'm speaking to you. So I want to have a conversation with you. And for me to have that conversation, I want to see your face. So I'm requesting that you turn your cameras on and let's create this as a conversation. What I'm about to create with you is a conversation. It's interactive, and I want to hear your thoughts about it as we go. So I'm going to pause for a moment. I really want to meet each and every one of you. So go on camera and say hello.
We want to see those beautiful faces.
Hey, Mark, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Rhonda. Hey, Maxine. Now, how about
Hi, I have to leave. I'm so
now we're talking?
sorry.
That's okay.
I will catch up with you.
All right, Miss
You got to
Maxine.
leave. I
Bye,
got to see
Austin.
you.
This was
All right.
phenomenal, but I have
We
to
will-
leave now.
Okay, we'll catch up.
We'll catch up. Bye.
Awesome, awesome.
Okay.
Great, Maxine. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Jill, how are you? You're on mute, Jill. You got to go off mute.
The sunglasses are on.
All right. Are you on the porch somewhere?
Well, the future's so bright, I've got to wear shades, huh?
I like that. I like that.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So Rhonda and Jill and LaTanya are here, and Mark's rearing his head up. Sandra, where are you? Catherine, Bertley, Jennifer, Lisa, Donna, come on. Mark, what are you doing? All right.
I can speak, but I can't do camera. This is Donna.
Hey, Donna, what's going on with the camera?
Oh, because I still got my night clothes on and everything.
Donna, I've got my night clothes on too.
I'm cleaning house and my hair's not right. Trust me. I
Well,
can't
then,
do
Donna,
it.
come on, stop
No.
cleaning house. Get over here.
I can't.
This is about going beyond COVID-19. Your house can wait. I am serious. Now, by the way.
Donna, I'm wearing my sunglasses inside of my house.
By the way, we're laughing and we're having a great time, right? but I really want to make this point. You take the time to be here, and it's difficult for you to be present if you're doing more than one thing. I'm really fond of saying something, and Mark knows the answer to those questions. So Mark, you're my guinea pig, okay? Mark, what time is it?
Let me check my Rolex. It's right now.
It is right now. See, this conversation could be the conversation that transforms your life and transforms your business. But you have to make it that conversation. I can't make it that. And I'm here for that conversation. The conversation that leaves you and your business transformed in a way that you didn't imagine. And for that to happen, you have to be present. And for that to happen, it's critical that I see your face to go, oh my God, Jill, are you getting it? And you interact with me, you say, no, Sorrel, I'm not getting it. And we play the game of actually creating something together. This is not a lecture or presentation. So to those of you who came on camera to play, thank you. To those of you who are not on camera and are here and you're present, thank you. When the time makes it possible, come on camera and play with us. So am I able to share my screen? Yes, I am.
And I have improved from the first time I appeared on the Daily Huddle. Remember we had that little exercise?
I remember that.
I've improved.
So, I mentioned earlier, I've taken the time to actually integrate into this presentation pictures from Haiti. This is the Citadel La Ferrière. This citadel was built in the 1800s, shortly after a big crisis in Haiti. It was the revolution that took my forefathers, Haitian slaves, into a land where they became free out of their own creation. See, to ensure workability, effectiveness, sustainability beyond COVID-19 will require that kind of resilience, and it will require that kind of, I call it being present. You know, earlier I asked Mark what time it was. Mark said now. So when is it time to prepare to recover from a crisis? What would you say, Joe?
Yesterday.
It's actually, you could say yesterday, right? 'Cause
Today, now.
really hot, right? But guess what? It's now. Because yesterday's not here. So unless you're planning for recovering from the next crisis or planning your next move now, you're stuck somewhere in the past, or you're stuck somewhere in a future that's not even here yet. So preparing for a crisis and recovering from COVID-19 demands that we're present. And to be present in this conversation is practice to be present anywhere. So the topic of the conversation is how to ensure workability, effectiveness, and sustainability beyond COVID-19. And in my practice at ExecuFit, I say that there are 12 agreements that when entrepreneurs make those 12 agreements and demand that their employees, their business partners, their clients adhere to those agreements as well, that you get to be ready to face any crisis, anytime, anywhere. So I'm going to go through 3 slides, but before I go to each of them, I'm going to ask you to interact with me and help us create what it is to have an enterprise where workability is real, effectiveness is palpable, and sustainability is a foregone conclusion. So anyone, and Austin, you're in the game too, brother. What is it to actually have a workable business? A business where workability exists. And each of these, right? Workability, effectiveness, and sustainability, I'm saying are aspects of building, running, and growing a business that are critical to not just recovering from what COVID-19 has created, but staying alive and thriving beyond it. So what is it to have a workable business? Donna, as you're running that vacuum, you can answer that question too.
I think when we define workable, right, a workable business, having a business owner actively interacting with his or her clientele, providing a service or providing a product, marketing, effectively growing sales, effectively seeing a return from the interaction between business owner and client, generating revenue, but not just revenue, but building relationships. Because many of you know, I am a relationship builder. It's not just about the bottom line, but it's about building that relationship. So the workable business model comprises much of that, but also includes building that relationship with your client, your customer, and the business community.
Awesome. Thank you, Austin. And so let's take a look. Now, the view of workability I'm about to show you isn't the right view. It points in a certain direction. For any business, workability might mean something else, or it might look slightly different. And in the context of what Austin just created, we could say that a business that has workability is characterized as follows. The organization is able to operate efficiently. Minimum effort for maximum results. Now, the organization is also agile. It's agile enough to be able to switch strategies, tactics, policies, processes, systems, and structures without stalling progress, all the while staying true to its shared vision and mission. And the business is workable when it, in and of itself, it is a source of empowerment and fulfillment for all of its stakeholders. The employees, the clients, the vendors, everyone. Now, pause here for a moment and take QM3 as a business. When we started QM3 back in 2005, my wife and I looked at each other, and she was, at the time, she was working for an engineering firm. And I said, Susan, come join us. 'Cause man, she's one of the best controllers, financiers, and people and CEO you've ever met. I courted her coming into the business from 2005 to 2013. How many years is that, Jill? You're on mute, dear.
Eight, sorry about that.
8 years. Now, when she made the choice to come over, I want to share with you what she put on as a condition for her being here. She said, Sorrel, I will come into the business with you on one condition. I said, Sue, what's that? She said, you've got to promise me that the entire business is going to be about families helping families. And that everyone who comes into the business, whether it's an employee, a vendor, anyone we have a relationship with, even the public we serve, they are family. And what does that mean? That means that we treat them as if what we have as a business is theirs too. And in that sense, guess what happened? Over time, we said, we're in Lithonia and we dispatch crews all over Georgia. Imagine traveling from Lithonia to Cumming. How long do you think that takes?
Hour and 15 minutes.
You've done that drive before, right?
All the time. I live in Lithonia too, and I've got property in Cumming. I do it all the time.
Oh my God, it's horrendous, right? So
Yeah.
absent a commitment to families, we would not have arrived at the choice that we made at the beginning of 2015. And the choice was this: why have our employees drive an hour and 15 minutes to get to their first work location? That puts them on the road for a minimum of 2.5 hours a day, unproductive. But you know what mattered most is that they were on the road and they got tired and they couldn't get to their families early enough. They had to leave their home too early to get to work and all that, right? So we said, why not shift the business model and open centers throughout Metro Atlanta? So we started with Tucker. Then we went to Smyrna. Then we went to Stockbridge. Then we went to Alpharetta. And we stayed in Lithonia. So 5 centers, right? All designed to make life better for the families. And guess what happened in March this year? What happened in March this year, Mark?
You expanded.
No, COVID-19, brother. Now,
Where did it say COVID?
COVID happened. You know, it happened in such a way that the state says, hey, you've got to close this, you've got to close that, you've got to do social distancing, you've got to do this, you've got to do that. So in an environment where overnight something like COVID-19 happened, there are measures that you would need to take to make your crew such that social distancing is appropriate, such that they, guess what? We didn't have to do anything because the work we did to make it work for the families took care of that. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: when you're creating a business ongoingly, when ongoingly you're creating a business that's workable for all of your stakeholders, when you get to face a crisis, something on the order of a miracle happens because you find that, oh my God, I'm already ready. Is this making sense? So creating workability is essential to crisis management. So the next piece in this whole conversation is effectiveness. So Austin, you got to take the first one. I want somebody else to take the second one. Donna's up and alive right now. So maybe Donna's going to take this one. So what is it when we say a business is effective? What is effectiveness for a business? Hey, Donna, are you speaking?
I hear water.
Oh, sorry.
Well, when a business is effective, it's number one, it's very productive. It's running, it's efficient. It's operating, let's see, smoothly,
Mm-hmm.
profitable.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's has a very strong client base.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also when it's running effective, it's also able to give back
I got
and
that.
to help other people too.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Donna, thank you for engaging.
You're welcome.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about the sounds.
All right. LaTanya, how are you over there? What's your view on what it looks like when a business is effective? You're on mute, LaTanya.
Okay, there we go.
There you are.
Being part of your community, having business relationships, knowing who is in your field, in your area that you can work with, network with, being a part of, again, being able to give back, being able to participate in different events so that your name gets out there and more people get to know you and know what you do and what you can bring to the community.
Yeah. Thank you, LaTanya. Thank you. And everything you've said is inside of the effectiveness of a business. So when I present the next slide, it isn't to contradict what you said, but to actually expand it and add to it. So we say also that a business is effective when these characteristics exists. There's a clear vision and mission. Remember that vision that QM3 exists so that families help families? That the vision is shared, that everyone in the company actually is gunning for the same vision, and that everyone in the company actually says, who I am is that vision, like they constitute themselves as the fulfillment of the vision. And they take 100% responsibility for its fulfillment. Jill, what type of company do you run, and what type of business are you in?
I have my hands in a lot of pots, but I own an employment screening and background check company. I'm also the founder and CEO of the Women's Chamber of Commerce. So
The Women's Chamber of Commerce?
The Women's Chamber of Commerce. The Women's Chamber of Commerce is really how I am giving back to the community. I've found a problem or an issue that needs to be addressed, and putting together results-based solutions by bringing women together and bringing awareness.
Awesome, awesome. And Jill, I just got a little note from Austin saying that you are our keynote speaker this evening.
Oh yeah, this morning I was.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution to the mix. And
we all have a role to play, and I appreciate being involved.
well, thank you for that. And so when you look at the companies that the Chamber of Commerce serves and your business, if you were to just rate on a scale from 1 to 10, make it general, in terms of clarity of vision and mission, and that every stakeholder shares the vision and the mission, and each and every takes 100% responsibility. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate your business or the chamber? And why do you give it that rating?
Well, we do have a clear vision and mission. I think we're doing well. But as I shared in the presentation this morning, our female entrepreneurs have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. a huge number of women have been taken out of the labor market to stay at home for childcare, for homeschooling. So yeah, it's.
So while your vision is clear,
Mhm.
there are elements in the environment somewhat thwarting it right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly some things that we don't have control over, but we need to focus on the things that we can control.
Indeed, indeed. And so thank you, Joe. Thank you.
My pleasure.
So another characteristic of an effective business is you're in such a place where nearly effortlessly you're aligned on strategies, tactics, policies, processes, and systems and structures. People in the business aren't each doing things their own way. And last but not least, individual and collective actions and resources contribute exclusively to the fulfillment of the mission and the realization of the vision, nearing zero waste. Now, I'm not saying that your organization has to be that way now. What I'm saying is that working as a team, given that that's the goal every day and every now, puts your organization and your company in a place where when a crisis comes up, everyone's ready. Can you imagine? Imagine this: you're in a crisis and you're not on the same page, or you're in a crisis and you're on the same page. Which team do you think is going to survive that crisis more effectively and get through it quicker and perhaps even unscathed? Which team? The ones that's aligned or the one that's not aligned? What do you think, Latanya? You're on mute.
I'm still thinking about that.
You're still thinking about that. Well, here's the deal. Unless you're aligned and everyone's rowing in the same direction, you're not going to do too well to come out of the crisis. And during COVID-19, there's a lot happening. And Jill, you pointed to the things we can control. And sometimes the things we can control, we have to address immediately. And we cannot just focus our attention and our resources on just the emergencies that we have to take care of to recover. It's essential to actually use this time to create an effective organization in this fashion so that beyond COVID-19, when the next crisis comes, because guess what? It will come. I don't know which one it's going to be, but there will be another crisis. So to actually create an organization that is resilient, you must create workability, effectiveness, and the next word is sustainability. So Mark, I'll point to you now. What is, in your view, a sustainable organization? When sustainability exists, what are the characteristics that are present?
Integrity would be one. Strategic planning be another. And liquidity. Definitely liquidity. And and to add, having a structure in place that will help grow these things and monitor these things and track these things going forward. Having that structure in place definitely is the main key.
And that would make the business sustainable. So again, adding to that, Mark, we say that a sustainable business is structured in this fashion. Oh, right here. The organization is structured such that owners and employees know themselves as the vision and the mission and agreements, and they hold one another accountable for being that. Without that accountability structure in a business, it's not only tough to recover from a crisis like COVID-19, it's probably impossible to live beyond it. External stakeholders know the organization as its vision and mission, not as its individual leaders and or members. And the organization itself is like a leadership dojo, a breeding ground for leaders, known as the place where people practice and exercise leadership. No one is indispensable, and everyone matters. These are key characteristics of a sustainable organization. It lives and breathes, and there is the kind of succession planning from a leadership standpoint that ensures that the vision and the mission and the actions to be taken to fulfill on both are something that's embedded in the way the organization lives and the way the people in the organization live. So given that, I say that to be resilient in the face of crisis and to recover quickly or even not have to recover at all and to go beyond, leaders, owners, CEOs must answer a couple of questions. And then, having answered these questions, anchor themselves in what we call the 12 agreements. So we're going to go through 2 slides really quickly. And right now, Austin, we're 36 after, we're ending at 2, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So the next 2 slides point to the 2 critical questions. And then 2 other slides pointing to the 12 agreements. We're not going to interact a lot, and I'd love to hear from your perspective very quickly on a scale from 1 to 10 for each of the agreements. Where do you think you stand, or where do you think you and your team stands? And to the extent that we're looking to create workable, sustainable, and effective organizations now and beyond any crisis, what I'm proposing to you is that while it's counterintuitive, the implementation of these agreements as agreements in your organization, a focus on workability, effectiveness, and sustainability as what you have your eyes on day in and day out is what gets you out of this crisis and is what keeps you from getting into the next one. So the first question is literally this. Who are you? What does your business, what do you say you exist for as a business leader? And that anchor is going to be the type of anchor that makes it possible for you and your team to focus on causing workability, effectiveness, and sustainability as your day-to-day job. Yes, you are going to serve your client. Yes, that's what you do. But the day-to-day job of the leader is to actually tend to workability, effectiveness, and sustainability. And that stems from who you are at the core for yourself and for the business. At Execufit, I say that I am the one who exists to transform leaders from managers to propellers of growth and development. And when clients meet Execufit, they become the leader they most respect. And when that's there, it also gives the reason for the existence of the business. As I shared with you, we exist so that families help families. Like literally everyone in the family has a place to work unless they really want to work elsewhere. My eldest son is our director of human resources. My youngest, who's 22, is one of our data analysts. And my middle son, who's 31, chose to work elsewhere. He's currently on a team from Georgia Tech working with a small defense contractor in Virginia. So standing there in who I say I am and why the business exists, there's the possibility to consider these 12 agreements. And I'm now going to share these 12 agreements with you, starting with agreement number 1. Agreement number 1, every single stakeholder in the company says, I'm responsible for creating value for myself and others. And I'm not going to pause for long on each of them, but I want to get a feel from you. When you hear this agreement, what do you hear, and what connection can you make from this agreement to recovering from crises? Who would like to say?
Well, you delivering value for yourself and others through knowing your craft, through continuous improvement, continuous education, which appreciates the value of the individual providing the service. So therefore, you're creating value for yourself and creating value for those with whom you engage in business.
Yeah, and that's great, Austin. The idea of myself, making an agreement that who provides value for me in the organization is me, is sort of a level of responsibility that when we're in a crisis, instead of me looking for who's coming to rescue me, I'm now able to come to the party, not only create value for myself, but create value for others. Agreement number 2, you can trust me to keep everything that happens confidential. How many of you would say that gossip really kills your organization? In an environment like this, while you may be thinking right now, oh my God, that's so trivial. No, it's not. When employees and team members cannot trust one another to keep everything that happens in the family confidential, it impacts your ability to go through a crisis together and recover from it fast. Agreement number 3, I am present at all times and I stay on the court. Now, this is a distinction from the practices of being the leader you most respect. How many of you right now may be doing something else? You might be looking at email, vacuuming, right? And Donna, I'm not picking on you. I'm just pointing to human nature.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm just pointing to human nature, the kind of nature that makes it difficult to recover from a crisis. When I'm not on the court, in every moment, tending to the accomplishment and the fulfillment of the mission and the vision of the organization with every move I make, I'm not present. And the ability of the organization to recover from a crisis is impacted in such a way that you can't comprehend. And when I say I can't comprehend that, when I'm not present, and it's become so normal for me not to be present in that way, it doesn't occur to me as if it's having an impact on anything. It's just the way things are. So I'm inviting you to check in with yourself, check in with your team members, look to see when people are not present and on the court, doing what it takes in every moment to fulfill the mission and the vision of the organization, what does that look like? Agreement number 4. I take myself lightly. How many times have you seen a team member, when given feedback by another team member or having their work critiqued in any way, shape, or form, take it personally and hold a grudge? And even though they didn't leave the company, they left. They're going, yeah, this is personal. I've been disrespected. I've been XYZ. That, folks, you can't do that for other people, but at least you can do it for yourself. When who I am is the vision and the mission of the organization fulfilled, I can start to consider making agreement number 4. And these agreements aren't agreements you make and you're done. They're really more practices, the kinds of practices that will help your organization keep in place being effective, workable, and sustainable. Agreement number 5. I declare that there is nothing wrong or broken right here, right now. It's in my nature as a human being to see something, to see anything, and to immediately go to what's not working about that thing or that human being or that situation in the company. And when that happens, my focus, all of my resources, everything in my being gets funneled to fix what's wrong, to remake what's broken. And when all of my attention goes to fix what's wrong and remake what's broken, guess what's not getting any attention? The real work to fulfill the mission and the vision of the organization. Agreement number 6. I declare that each person's contribution are valid and valuable. Kind of a corollary to taking yourself lightly, agreement number 4. The idea there is that you can have anyone in the organization be a contribution when you take that agreement. Agreement number 7, listen as if you're hearing it for the very first time. There you are, it's COVID-19, right? Somebody comes up with an idea. What's the first thing out of your mouth or my mouth? That ain't gonna work. What if you were hearing it for the very first time and you could take it on and try it? Maybe it might work. Agreement number 8, I am the master of my perception and participation. Now, what makes these agreements funny is that when I present them in any setting, my brain and the brains of most human beings in business is looking more for recommendations and confirmations of tools and techniques and tactics to fix something today. These agreements require practice over time. And what's dangerous is that one could look at these agreements and say, well, they don't apply right now. Consider that they apply right now. And unless you apply them right now, when the time comes, you'll be right where you are today. I look at crisis management like needing a parachute. Mark, if you're in a plane and you need a parachute and you don't have it, do you need it anymore?
No, sir. If you don't have it when you need it, then when you need it, you don't need it anymore.
That's exactly right. That's the nature of these agreements and the nature of crisis resolution. And so when you look at it, you've got to explore what you say is true that maybe isn't true, that's stopping you from taking the actions you need to take to get your business moving. Agreement number 10, confront and deal with the real issues of your life and your business. Because guess what? The same human being who gets up and goes to work is the same human being who goes back home. You are only one you. Agreement number 11, be direct and sensible. When teams are working together, my innate desire and need to have people like me or have people not feel offended keeps me from being direct. And the absence of my commitment to being sensible and respectful to others makes my directness sometimes more abrupt than it needs to be. So it's a combination. You've got to be both direct and sensible. And last but not least, you are responsible. I am responsible for how others hear what I say and how I hear what others say. In the final analysis, my friends, resolving a crisis or making your business work, getting beyond COVID-19 is going to happen in only one way. It's going to happen in conversations with your team members, in conversations with your vendors, in conversations with the banks that will give you the loans, in conversations with your vendors and your creditors who will say to you, yes, I'll give you 3 months grace. So it's essential that you are responsible for how others hear you, how you ask for what you need to get out of this pinch, how you hear the responses you get and how you react to them will make a huge difference. And so in this presentation, it wasn't my intention to tell you what to do. You know why? Because you're here, you own businesses, you run businesses, you're the heads of chambers of commerce. You know, you do have the knowledge and you do have the experience, yet there's something about being a human being that keeps me from doing what I already know to do to get myself out of trouble. And this conversation is really about that. You know what to do to get yourself out of trouble and fix something when it's broken. And it's in our nature not to do what we know to do, to prepare on an ongoing basis for a crisis. Putting in place workability, putting in place the systems and structures to make a business effective, putting in place what you need to put in place to make the business sustainable will work now and will work during a time of crisis. And putting in place these agreements for yourself will ensure this, that you're not leaving a legacy. You know, Austin, you've heard it, right? We got to leave a legacy.
That's right.
This approach to being in business is the approach that makes it possible to live, like right now, live the legacy. A legacy that you create, a legacy that you share, and a legacy that lives today in the practices you put in place for the organization and what you yourself and every team member practices. And those practices are the 12 agreements. QM3, in the space where we created 5 centers to take care of fulfilling the vision, families helping families, found itself ready to not only thrive through COVID-19, but to grow during COVID-19. Now, I'm not saying I'm smart or anything like that. I'm just pointing to this, that every time I've done it, I've found it to be this way. When the crisis comes, they will. They come and go. The authentic leaders rarely need to pivot. And what makes a leader authentic, what makes a company authentic to its clients, its stakeholders, is the fact that it's focused on creating today workability, effectiveness, and sustainability inside of clear agreements among all stakeholders. So regardless of the circumstances, the companies that not only survive but thrive stay true to the path that has already been laid. The time to get that parachute isn't when you need it. The time to get the parachute is now. So, Austin, this is it, brother. I'd love to hear comments, questions, any interactions. I'm all yours.
Thank you, Sorrel. Thank you so much. And this is an opportunity for anyone.
Oh my God, Dr. Sinclair is here.
Yes. At least his photo is here. There he is. There he is. He heard us talking about him.
I know, that's how you get him present.
There's one thing, well, just two things. I know you, the time is now to recover, and it's so important because with the theme of the event, time to rise, small business resurgence in a global pandemic, it is time to rise.
It is.
It is time to rise.
Yeah.
Not in 2021, not next month in December, but right now, it is time to rise.
It is. Because
we're all going through a resurgence in this pandemic that has been nuanced for all of us. So the time for planning is now. The time to prepare for 2021 is now. The other thing, and I don't want to misquote you, I think you said the crisis leader does not need to pivot. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Right. The crisis leader does not need to pivot because in his or her leadership, they're already factoring in preparation for a crisis. So
you rarely need to pivot.
You rarely need to pivot.
Yep.
So they can automatically adjust and make changes with foresight and with preparation. And it's one of the key things that I've been mentioning, that for those who are business planning for next year, prepare to pivot. Sorrel mentioned it, that this crisis probably won't be the only crisis that we're going to face in our lifetime, right? We've had natural disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, which have rendered businesses disrupted. But a global pandemic is literally removing the lifeline from many businesses. And we may have another crisis again. How prepared are we, right? So the crisis leader, as we are entrepreneurs, it's important for us to become crisis leaders and prepare ourselves for a crisis of any kind, and how you will adjust and how you will move past that crisis, because it's very important in the way in which we manage our businesses. Many folks came into 2020 facing this pandemic, not even being prepared to apply for the PPP and EIDL loan because they didn't have the documentation, they didn't have their plans in place, and almost immediately they had to prepare in a moment of crisis, right? It's like when you're in a school, you prepare for a fire drill. You prepare during a fire drill for a fire, right? In countries like Israel, they prepare for terrorist attacks. They don't wait until the terrorist attack to react to it. They're preparing, right? In hospitals, emergency services prepare for incoming emergencies and how they're going to react, how they're going to deal with it. So as business owners, as entrepreneurs, we have to become crisis leaders. And I think this pandemic has afforded us the opportunity to think outside the box on how we're going to manage and move ourselves forward, not just in 2021, but beyond that.
That's an awesome way to look at it, Austin. And to be a crisis leader, I want to add just this, right? To be a crisis leader doesn't mean you're preparing for the worst. What it means in the context of what I want to share and create is that you are the type of leader that's putting in place elements of your business that make your business almost impervious to crises. So when you've got in place systems that make it workable, how many of you know the restaurant chain called Taco Mac? Through this pandemic, Taco Mac did not fire not one of its management employees. Now, the hourly employees, some of them were furloughed and they ended up making more money with unemployment. So they have a culture that keeps them together based on agreements like the 12 agreements, right? So when COVID came, it's not that they were preparing for a crisis. They structured the business in such a way that the business was impervious to the crisis. So none of the managers left, none of them took any pay cuts, and they've opened 3 new restaurants in the midst of COVID. So there's a difference between preparing for the terrorist attack and actually building a fortress that makes a terrorist attack moot. So slight difference. So I'm encouraging you to build your business, not for the next crisis. I'm encouraging you to build your business for the next 100 years. So that you're building a legacy that you are living now. Austin, I don't know if we have time for questions, do we? I'd love to hear some any reactions or anything.
We could take 2 quick questions, you know?
Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Hello, Catherine Sharp. And you don't have to ask any questions.
Bertley Bernard, I think, has a question.
Mine is not a question, just a kind of observation. I appreciate your presentation. It was very, very informative. And all the while you're talking, the one thing that kept coming to my mind, when I was working in corporate America, the company I worked for was about 100 years old, and they had that good culture. Over the years, I've watched it disappear. And then ultimately today, that company was bought over by another company that now has the same values that company had before, and the employees are gone, and that company does not exist anymore. So I know that listening to you, that's all I can remember. 20-something years ago, when I started working with that company, this was their culture. This was the way they treated everyone. This was the way everyone behaved. And over the years, I saw it deteriorate. And then I think last year or year before last, somebody else came and just bought them out. So they no longer exist, and somebody else is reaping the fruit from their labor, all their employees. So I know that it's something that will work in a smaller business setting, because I've seen it work before. So thank you very much for all your information.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. And, thank you for putting that dot on top of this I, and that dot is you don't have to be a Fortune 500 company to build
Use
a
the
legacy
information.
that you can live
Yes.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
And
get building, folks.
I just want to add to her statement real quick.
Yeah.
Unlike a Fortune 500 conglomerate that can absorb bad cultures because they can adjust, a smaller business or a micro model cannot. Because if you create a revolving door as a micro model, as a small business, then you may render yourself out of business because you're not like an IBM or a Microsoft that has thousands of people all around the world that can shift people around and make changes. As a small business, we have to be mindful of how we treat people, how we develop the culture of the organization as a small business, and know that as Glenn Christian, our keynote speaker, mentioned yesterday, creating value in who we are, what we bring. And as Sorrel Katan mentioned earlier in his presentation about value, it is valuing yourself, valuing the organization, and valuing those who work with you, not for you, but with you. And that translates into the value you bring to the marketplace and to your customers. Because if you don't value the people who work with you, those are the people who are directly engaging your customers, and that that negativity will spill over. All right. Do we have any other comment? And before we transition to our final speaker?
Hi, this is Taronda. I just wanted to say thank you. I did miss a little bit of the number 6 around persons' contributions, but I do think that Mr. Thompson just spoke to that around how everyone needs to be a team player, and everyone's contribution is significant when we're looking at the larger picture, the collective whole. And I just wanted to say also thank you for sharing some of your home country with us on this great day. Thanks.
Thank you. So Austin, thank you. This conversation is always near and dear to my heart. Yes. And when I'm given the opportunity to have this conversation, it leaves me fulfilled. So, and a conversation like that doesn't happen without listeners. So to you, the listeners and participants, my gratitude, there's no words to tell you how much I'm grateful. Ms. Bernard, Ms. Goodrich, Ms. Flagg, Dr. Gray, Mark Ham, my partner in crime, everyone, thank you so much. And Austin, thank you so much for the invitation. LaTanya, thank you for your participation. Enjoy. May your businesses thrive because of who you are.
Thank you so much, Sorrel. And I've known Sorrel for a long time, and I know he's passionate about Haiti. He's passionate about helping people because I've seen the work. I've been a witness to the work that he has done in the community for a very long time. He's passionate about teaching. I felt like I was in a classroom today and learned a lot. And I just wish for all of you to follow up with Sorrel after this presentation, after today. Make sure that you capture his contact information because I know you're going to be going through an experience and you're going to want to recall some of the things that he said, or you're going to want to make that connection again because the joy for what he does resonated throughout this entire presentation. And that's, again, the value that we look for when we bring on our speakers. And I knew Sorrel was going to hit it out the park with this one. So thank you, Sorrel, so much for adding to the value of ESBS 2020. Really appreciate you.
My pleasure, and my privilege. Thank you, Austin. And
Thank
thank
you.
you, everyone.
Thank
Have
you.
a phenomenal weekend.
You too. You too. Thank you, sir. And now we're going to prepare for our final speaker. You know, I met Dr. Gray a few years ago. I've been a frequent customer of a art gallery that was located in downtown Lawrenceville, ran by two wonderful ladies. And at the time I was looking for a speaker, I was discussing with them, looking for a speaker, a motivational speaker, and someone, you know, to discuss certain key points. And they almost instantaneously, the name rolled off their tongues. Dr. St. Clair Gray, you have to contact Dr. St. Clair Gray. I'm like, well, who's Dr. St. Clair Gray? Sounds like a wonderful guy. And they put me in touch with him. And our relationship, you know, has grown over the years. And he's been a wonderful friend and someone who has brought me on to his program to speak to his members. And we've met at Starbucks over on 78. I miss that. See, that's the one thing about COVID. We don't have those moments anymore, but
Exactly.
we're gonna get back to that. We're gonna get back
Most
to
definitely.
that. And you know, we just sat down and we just had really good conversation, you know, about what he's doing, what I'm doing, how we can collaborate. I was actually, you know, I spoke at the event that the Haitian Chamber hosted, and Dr. St. Clair Gray was there, and he's now tapped in with the Daily Huddle that Sorrell hosts every morning with his co-host. And, you know, so we're building this community of authorities, this community of experts, and we all, you know, we all look out for one another. So I am really grateful. Dr. St. Clair has spoken at previous ESBS events, and you know, I'm glad to have him back here again today. You guys will be in for a treat. So Dr. St. Clair, you got to bring it. You're the final speaker.
Oh my gosh.
For 3 days.
Oh my gosh.
3 days.
Well, man.
Wow.
Well,
You're like the closer in a baseball game in a national championship.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know, I want to thank you. That's a lot of pressure. Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. So let me go ahead and introduce them to your bio. Introduce them to you to your bio.
Oh, don't read the whole thing. Let's just keep it short. Keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, all right. Dr. St. Clair Gray of the Greater Entrepreneur Success Group. This presentation is the impact of spirituality on optimism and motivation for sustained business growth. As I've mentioned before, as entrepreneurs, there are many aspects to managing, growing, and developing a sustained, successful business. Cash flow, marketing, financial advisement, human resources, you name it. But the one thing sometimes we overlook as human beings running a business is, number one, the human impact that we make on a business, right? Or we have on people. The spirituality, I've come across many entrepreneurs who say, my faith guides me, or my faith moves me. When I was doing radio, I had a guest on my radio program that I hosted one time a month on 1420 AM. And it was a great discussion about entrepreneurs who are moved by faith, guided by faith, and that spiritual aspect, that spiritual connection, right? And motivation. So we have to also pay attention to that. Just like yesterday, we had a speaker discussing anxiety and stress, right? And so Dr. St. Clair Gray is an inspirational speaker, motivator, author, organizer, and liberator of persons from all intellectual, social, and cultural walks of life. Dr. Gray is a committed advocate for communal change. As a strong proponent of gathering the masses through grassroots effort, Dr. Gray has dedicated much of his life, to mobilizing and inspiring others to achieve their true potential. Dr. Gray is also the author of 6 books. I just got one. He has 6. So I'm a little lazy. I need to get back on it. He's an author of 6 books: Seeds of Freedom, Inspirational Messages for Ordinary People with Extraordinary Potential, God Held Back Your Night So That You Can Get It Right, It's in You, Motivational Messages That Will Help Uplift and Empower You, Positive Living Through Positive Affirmations. So you think you want to date. Thoughts and Reflections on Wise, Skillful Dating, and the ABCs of Making Business Networking Work for You. Dr. Gray graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Criminology from the University of Maryland, go Terps, College Park, in 1991. After receiving his call to preach in 1997, Dr. Gray earned a Master of Divinity degree and graduated cum laude from the Samuel DeWitt Proctor School of Theology at Virginia Union University in Richmond, Virginia in 2002. That's right, that's right. In 2012, Dr. Gray was awarded a Doctor of Divinity degree from St. Thomas Christian University in Jacksonville, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. St. Clair Gray.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Austin. I appreciate the invitation. And it's always hard to go after Sorrell because I know he dropped so many powerful, powerful nuggets. What I want to do, I'm going to be a little bit different. I am not going to use a PowerPoint, but rather let's have a dialogue because I know this is the last day and I know many people probably who are in the state of Georgia probably want to get out in this COVID-19 and maybe walk around in the park and just take a drive and enjoy some of this sun. And I've been tasked with this incredible, incredible challenge, Austin. You gave me the topic, the impact of spirituality on optimism and motivation for sustained business growth. My gosh, that weighs a lot. And in tossing around with that topic, I kind of was on a call this morning. I'm on every week. I'm part of a group called Heavenly Couples in Ministry, and a bunch of, we're couples that get together, kind of always encourage one another. And one of the things that one of the speakers said this morning that really kind of blew my mind is that you can love what you do, but not love people. Let me say it again. You can love what you do, but not love people. And that whole concept, we're looking at the mind, body, spirit, and soul, kind of helps us to look at how to deal with this COVID crisis, how to motivate, and how to use our spirituality for business growth. Because no matter what faith that we practice, what religion, whether you're Christian, whether you're under the Islamic faith, Buddhist, Hinduism, or maybe some people just don't want to identify with a particular faith. We all have some type of theology, the study of God that helps to guide us, that helps to make us who we are in our spiritual realm, whether it's through meditation, whether it's through writing, whether it's through prayer, whatever you want to look at it as. Spirituality, how we practice our own spirituality will help lead us and guide us. So one of the things I want to look at in understanding this whole concept is let's first look at the mind. What are we putting in our mind? What are we programming into our head? Oftentimes, we tend to think negative things. We tend to operate in doubt. One of the key words that we put into doubt, Austin, to all of you who are listening, is the word think. When someone asks you the question, why did you go into business? What are you hoping to accomplish? We use the word think. Well, I think I can do this. I'm hoping to do this. Well, if we look at from a spirituality perspective, and more specifically tying spirituality to business growth, when we use the word think, that creates doubt. Thinking does not mean 100% assurance. So one of the things that we really need to understand in this whole spirituality and being optimistic and sustaining business growth, we have to move from thinking to knowing. We have to move from doubting to operating in faith. We have to move from questioning to assurance. So one of the things that we have to do in our mental capacity is to really reprogram our thinking, reprogram what we will and will not accept. I know Sorrell probably talked about a lot of things. There's so much to unpack with his presentation, but from the mind perspective, our mind opens up the door to where we want to go. Dr. Naim Akbar, who wrote a very powerful book on business for Black men, one of his third key points, when he said, when a person becomes a man, he said, it's your mentality partnered by your personality that will make room for your reality. I like that. It's your mentality partnered with your personality that will make room for your reality. So one of the things that we need to understand in being very optimistic and having business growth is to make sure that our mind is always correct, making sure that our mind is completely in tune with our actions. That's the first thing. Second thing I want to look at is our body. We already talked about the mind. Second thing, we're talking about the body, how we're taking care of ourselves. We know COVID-19 is really simple. We know wear a mask, wash your hands, stay 6 feet apart. But what are we doing for our bodies? Spirituality means that we look at our bodies as a temple. What are we doing? Are we eating properly? Are we taking time to rest? Are we taking time to declutter and to deprogram? We know what happens. We watch the news all the time. We get on social media all the time. We're so busy in our business. The question is, are we deprogramming our mind? Are we deprogramming time away to take care of our body? There's many philosophies, and also I'm sure you heard of it. Entrepreneur, people who want to start their business, I need to work at it all the time. Give me 2 hours of sleep, 3 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep. And what happens a lot of times, there's no really successful way to take time, because the same people may say, well, I have 4 hours of sleep at night. Will not tell you that they take naps throughout the day. So unless we really take care of our body, unless we really know how to, really value our temple from the top of our head down to the soles of our feet, unless we really understand the importance of having a healthy body, free of toxicity, free of anything that will prevent us from being successful, the next thing you know, we will spend more time trying to take care of our body because of ailments, sickness, and illnesses. And next thing you know, our business suffers. So one of the things that spirituality does is that we're in our spirit. We always want to make sure that our body complements us. A healthy mind, a good body. Treat your body as the temple. Once again, make sure you're eating right, you're exercising, you're decluttering your mind, and making sure that you're taking time to re-examine your body. One of the things that growing up that we weren't really taught, especially as men, was to really pay attention to our bodies. Something hurts, we keep pressing on. But we really need to make sure that we're really aligned to our bodies when it comes to spirituality, as well as leading to the growth of our business. A healthy body means a healthy business. Another thing I want to talk about our spirit. How does our spirit partner with spirituality help us in this optimism for business growth? Well, we already know spirituality has many different types of beliefs, but when we look at our spirit, what are we bringing into our environment? I know I can't see anybody else, and that's okay right now, but I want people to think about how many times have they gone to a networking event, have they been around a family member, a friend, or just gone into an environment and something told you this is not right. You felt, we called it our gut, but you can tell something was not right. Well, guess what? That was somebody's negative spirit. That was, people won't call it energy or spirit, however you want to term it. You walked into a room and you felt something. You felt something wasn't right. You felt something was off. The question is, did you allow that to get into your spirit? But also we have to ask ourselves the question, what are we bringing to any environment? What are we bringing to our family? What are we bringing to our business? As I said this morning, one of the gentlemen who presented talked about you can love what you do, but don't love people. That's very telling, because many of us, and I have to think about it, we love what we do. We love to speak. We love everything in our business, but for some reason we don't like dealing with people. You don't want to make the phone calls. You don't want to follow up. You don't want to talk to anybody. And guess what happens? That's bad. That's our spirit. People call it karma, but we love what we do, but we don't want to deal with people. And what happens is that translates as well as transfers into our actions. That means we're not putting enough into the business. We're not putting enough into making people happy. We're not putting enough into trying to get referrals, trying to help change or even better someone else's life. Why? Because we're so busy on the dollar bill, so busy trying to meet the bottom line, so busy trying to make a profit that we're loving what we do, but not loving other people. So when that happens, what type of spirit are we transferring? But once again, I go back to the other part. What type of spirit are we allowing into our close proximity? If it's a negative spirit, if it's a doubting spirit, that's going to translate to thinking that your business can't grow. The worst mistake that we can make as entrepreneurs, that anyone can make as entrepreneurs, is try to compare ourselves to another person, try to compare ourselves to another business. We know how it is. You see the person, they're bragging on social media, talking about how great they're doing, how many sales they have. They're talking about their bottom line. You see them buying new equipment. You see them buying all these material things, but you really don't know what's happening behind the scene. Why? Because we're not in tune with our own spirit. Our spirit is being attracted to material things. Our spirit is being attracted to what we see rather than what we need to work on in our business. So what I want to kind of do right now, Austin, is kind of open it up. If anybody has any questions right now, let's go ahead and have a dialogue, meaningful dialogue.
I'll go first. I'll kick it off, and
Okay.
I really hope that we have a good dialogue, because one of the reasons why it was by design. I made you laugh on the program, because I think coming into 2020, many of us were or all of us as business owners, we were so excited about the new year, new decade, moving our businesses forward. We were either aspiring entrepreneurs looking to start our businesses, or we were existing business owners looking to grow our businesses and move past maybe our first year, second year, third year, whatever, right? And then COVID hit.
Exactly.
And we had to go into lockdown, social distancing, businesses closed. We saw the unemployment rate shot up to like 18%. Unbelievable, right? We had about 22 million Americans out of work. Now we're down to about 11 million, right? Unemployed. Ms. Goodrich talked this morning about the percentage of women who were rendered out of business because of COVID, right? So we've seen all of these occurrences as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic negatively impacting or negatively affecting our businesses. So as when I thought about the spirituality of the entrepreneur, how are we using our spiritual grounded base or spiritual groundations to help us move forward? For those of us who are observing Christian faiths or Islamic faiths or Buddhism, Rastafarianism, whatever it may be, right? How are we tapping into the faith and the religious beliefs that we have and using that as motivation to get us over this hump? Because this has really disrupted us, not just financially and not just from losing businesses or having disruption in our businesses, but to our mental, right? Because not only are we losing businesses, but we're in a pandemic that can kill us. We've seen people die. We've had family members and friends. When you look out at what was occurring in New York with trailers, refrigerated trailers that were storing bodies and bodies getting buried in mass graves. I mean, that in itself is enough to shake you, shake your mental and shake your spiritual. So I know that many of us have turned to prayer, we've turned to meditation, we've turned to a more spiritual grounded to get us past this period. And it's great to have this discussion. And I really thank you for coming on and
No
leading
problem.
this discussion, because I know that is something that's on the mind
Right.
of folks.
Well, you know, I want to thank you for that. I think one of the things, and I think this has kind of helped me, whatever faith, religion that people are practicing, we tend to want to know why. And that's human thing. Why is this happening?
Mhm.
How long is this going to last? Because, you know, we're looking at everything, family, friends. You know, I've had friends of friends who have passed away. And I think one of the things that I think that will help us is to say, you know what? Yes, I'm going to ask the question why, but I need to make the comment, give me strength. I need to add, you know, we need to seek the inner peace, seek strength to get through. Because when we are asking for why and we don't get the answer to why, then we become discouraged. And then we just, you know, wash our hands and say, forget everything. But once we tap into, you know what, give me the strength to get through this. What is the lesson that I need to learn? Then what happens is that then our spirituality starts to get renewed. Then we become stronger. Once we shift everything, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with asking why, but we have to get to the point of saying, you know what, I'm going to move from the why to what do I need to learn and to give me strength in this. So any question, but thank you so much, Austin, for that.
And please,
any questions?
yes, please add to the conversation.
Dr. Sinclair, I just want to really comment and thank you very much for your presentation. And really, as I had mentioned earlier, the spirituality and part of my journey led me to the launch of the Women's Chamber of Commerce.
Excellent.
So turning that adversity in my life
Mhm.
of losing my mother and other family members into something positive, leaving a legacy and giving back. At the same time, I realized that there were a lot of negative forces in my life. It could be people or relationships. It could be things that were not adding value. And at that point in my life, I cut it all out.
Okay.
Like a cancer. I cut it out. And I'm like, you know, anything negative or that isn't adding value to your life does not need to be there. And at that point, my life just completely transformed automatically.
Wow. That's awesome.
I think when you have that faith and you follow, when you're being guided, I would say almost like breadcrumbs being dropped in front of you. You listen and you follow and you have faith. Amazing things can happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I can chime in on that, I think a lot of people use the term or use the phrase, I'm going to divorce myself from a situation. And whenever you say, I'm going to divorce myself from the situation, you're in a sense kind of leaving the door open for that thing or that person to return. And I know many times that's why I like to tell people in my messages, we have to have a funeral service. We have to funeralize it, you know, from earth to earth, dust to dust. Once we bury it, then it's not coming back. So I think we have to do that. And, you know, along with what you said, you know, once you get rid of it, freedom happens.
Exactly.
But definitely thank you so much.
And while others are gathering their thoughts to contribute to the discussion, I want to say it is great to have like-minded individuals for our spirituality and mental strength. I always say, if folks are not going in the direction or walking in the direction as you are, right? Sometimes you need to divorce yourself from those individuals, because
Exactly.
in this pandemic, there's enough things that are, you know, grabbing at us, you know, and enough things that are affecting us that are nuanced, that we're nuanced with. So definitely as part of your spiritual health, part of your mental health, definitely collaborate and partner with folks, friends, or even those who've met throughout these past 3 days who are going in the same path as you. You want folks who are walking in the same path as you that are contributing to your spiritual and mental health. Ms. Bernard?
Definitely, definitely.
One of the things that I have done is, in this day of information overload, is try to cut out the amount of things that goes in my ear.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't listen to
Exactly.
news all day. I have specific time when I listen to the news, because if you notice, they play the same thing over and over and over and over. You keep hearing the same thing. So I allot myself time to listen, digest it, work on it, and then I'll listen to you tomorrow. And in the times that I'm not listening to the news, I'm actually feeding my spirit with things that will benefit me. And, you know, having conversations with people who can edify me, reading books, listening to music. I mean, doing whatever I have to do to make sure that mentally I am grounded and that nothing is taking away my health, nothing is taking away my joy and my peace.
Most definitely, most definitely. Well, and thank you for that, because we have to set times. It's almost to a point we have to discipline ourselves.
Yes.
You know, I listen to the news and I read the news because, you know, I want to stay informed. You know, I have to stay informed, but after a while, I have to shut it off. Because if not, I'll find myself talking about it all day, thinking about it, and next thing that's draining. And then it gets me caught up too much with that and not enough on the business. But definitely, thank you so much for your contribution on that.
It will also make you scared. It will bring fear into your spirit. Because like even with this election, you have hours of people assuming what's going to happen. They don't know, but everybody's giving their opinion and you're supposed to sit there and listen to it. No. When the facts come, give it to me. Other than that, keep your opinion to yourself. I don't want to be involved.
And then you're glued to the television for 5-6 hours. Everybody's saying the same thing.
You can literally find yourself doing that because they make it so convenient. And these are not the days when the television used to cut off at a certain time at night. You can listen to this 24/7. And nobody wants to do that.
I agree 1,000% with you.
Nobody wants to do that.
I want to add to that. Just as our previous speaker spoke of having a plan and being prepared from a business aspect. I'm old school. I was born into a faith tradition and I've been practicing it all of my life. So I quote unquote, I stay prayed up. I don't react to the political scene. I don't overreact to COVID. I'm not going around licking doorknobs, but you know, I mean, I'm doing what's reasonable given what we know and what we don't know.
Exactly.
So, you know, the way the business fits into that is I consider myself well-grounded emotionally, spiritually. The neurons are still firing cognitively. I think I'm still in a good place. So my thing is, I want to be able to impact other people. I want to be able to lend my strength to other people. So when I developed my business plan and was thinking about what I was going to do, it's all a part of the same tapestry, as it were, that my business can be a source of information, of strength. And what I do is soft skills training, particularly if we look at the political and social environment. There's a loss of civility, there's a loss of empathy. People are not polite anymore. All of a sudden, we don't know how to be agreeable when we disagree. It's kind of unfortunate, or I guess it's good for me, that those are things that can be taught.
Right.
If people will buy what I'm selling, they can be taught.
Exactly.
So it's all connected.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think, when it, with so much to unpack, I would just say this. It seems like, your faith keeps you grounded. When you have the right faith, it keeps you grounded. So no matter what happens to you or around you, your faith is your grounding factor. As you said, old school, you stay prayed up. So whatever happens outside is not going to disrupt who you are and whose you are. And I think that when we get to the point now, a lot of people really don't tap into their spirituality because maybe their spirituality has been clouded, because when we have the right spirituality, as you mentioned, we can agree to disagree. So what, you may have this political belief compared to mine. Let's agree to disagree. One of my best friends, we talk almost every day, Monday through Friday. We talk twice a day. We have slightly different faith practices. So we've made a pact years ago. We won't talk about faith in a deeper sense. And we'll talk about everything else. We can agree to disagree, but it doesn't mean that I think of anybody less just because they have a different faith. But I think that's, as you mentioned, we really have to get back to a sense of empathy and spirituality, seeing people as human beings, seeing people trying to connect somehow, some way with their spirit, trying to put, not so much, we may come up with their negative spirit, but just try to have our positive spirit override their negative spirit. But definitely, thank you so much. Anyone else?
Anyone else?
While they're thinking, Austin, I real quick, if you don't mind, everyone, I put my information in the chat from my website at sinclairgray.org. Feel free to go to my website. It has my contact information, my phone number, email address, all that good stuff. So I want to drop that in.
All right. Mr. Tanya, want to add to that, to the discussion?
Well, I did have I guess a comment and a question.
Okay.
You are a counselor in the ministry, I would say. With this situation that's going on, you tend to have some doubt. So how do you keep what as far as your spirituality, your religion, whatever that you grew up with, and know that God is always there? He's going to walk you through the way. But when you're dealing with people and you are trying to help them, and I know that the Lord is going to give you the words and everything to say, but how do you keep yourself from having that doubt? Because you are dealing with people, so you want to make sure that you're correct.
Okay, excellent question. I'm gonna give you maybe one or two things. Number one, when you get time, read Psalm 37. Read the very first two verses. That will speak volumes. Psalm 37 verses 1 and 2. But I also think when you're talking to people, it's so easy when we feel as though we're right and they're wrong, or we're in the light and they may have some darkness. We want to share with them and we want them to buy in. One of the things I learned going through training is our job just to plant the seeds. If you plant the seed and leave it to the creator to do the watering, everything will be fine. One of the things I know when I preach, although, preachers speak, we want to see results. I tell you something at 1 o'clock, 1:05, you've changed your mind. We want the results. A lot of times, if we plant seeds and continue planting seeds, we may not ever see the harvest. But if you do your part, there will be others that will come along the way and will validate and affirm what you said. And next thing you know, that person or that entity, whatever, will change his mind. And then the mistake many of us make, say, well, I tried to tell you that a year ago. I tried to tell you that 10 years ago. But this one person says one thing and you change your mind. Well, not necessarily. You planted the seed from the beginning. And once you plant the seed from the beginning, it took time. So Psalm 137, verse 1 and 2, and just keep planting. If you do your part, it will actually come to fruition. You may not see it, but it will happen.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Rhonda?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. What are you thinking?
Well, I definitely appreciate the sense of clarity. As a health educator, and I've deployed many times to deal with Ebola and Zika in the past. This was a unique situation, and unfortunately, one that was not handled in the way that we have always responded in the past.
Definitely.
And so I was trying to just hold my mule and just sit here to not say so much. But I definitely do appreciate the response that you gave, and that our faith is not really about the little things that come in our way. It's about knowing who we trust and who we believe in. And I've been encouraging many of my friends to look at what good has come out of this very dark chapter in our history.
Exactly.
You know, I have colleagues that moved to Florida and all these things. And guess, you know, since we're teleworking, they don't have to come in. They don't have that burden, you know, those things. But just trying to find all of the many blessings that are still happening despite all of the negativity that is also currently going on. And so I just went to your website. I didn't see all of the books. So, but anyway, I just want to say thank you for.
Oh, no problem. If you basically, if you fill out the contact form and you my email, the books are I think they're on the site, but I'll send you a link to them.
Okay. Great. And then you also referenced someone else's book when you first started.
Dr. Naeem Akbar's book, Visions for Black Men.
Okay.
Powerful book. I've taught from it.
Okay, great. So thank you for that clarity, because I think I had it written down. Okay, great.
Not a problem.
But thank you so much for sharing. And I definitely, my take home message would be definitely around looking at how to funeralize certain things so that you don't continue the cycle of having to relearn lessons.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah.
One of the things, Austin, I want to let everyone know, and I hope, Austin, this is not stepping on shoes. No. I write a daily inspirational message that travels all over the country. It's a spiritual message I write every day. And normally it goes out between 6 to 9 in the morning. If anybody wants to receive that, go to my website, sinclairgray.org. And I believe you should sign up for newsletter. If you sign up for the newsletter, that will take you directly, and you can sign up to receive my daily messages. I write those, like I said, I do 1, sometimes 2 a day. So
yes, and I received
that will up.
Yeah, very great messages.
Thank you, sir.
Very, yeah. And you know, there's something that I wanted to follow up Ms. Catherine about. You know, being that in this time of COVID, or maybe even prior to COVID, because I've recognized it, that for some reason, somehow in our society, we're just not civil to one another. And it's as if people have lost their mind.
Exactly.
You know, literally. Just a lack of politeness, a lack of decorum, just basic civil human behavior. It's as if we don't have that. And it can happen between business provider and customer, where you're providing a service and then your customer reacts in a way that puts you on the defensive and say, excuse me, sir, or excuse me, madam, can we please have a civil discourse?
Right.
Seriously, you know, and the people just don't. It's like we've lacked a decency, a common decency in the way in which we communicate and interact, and sometimes having a strong faith in yourself can really help you, because you can understand the human behavior. And I know, because I've had people say some things to me and it's like, woosah. Woosah. Seriously, it's like, wow, where was that coming from? You know? And I've had to just politely say, excuse me, and walk away, you know? But, you know, your spiritual strength and your groundings can really help you, because within that, whether you read scriptures or whatever religious books or material, you can find something to help you that you can recall at that moment when that displeasing experience is happening, and it can cause you to say, okay, I think it's best that we depart and move away from one another. Because seriously, and like I said, I've seen that pre-COVID, but during COVID, in this climate that we're in, we see it exacerbated, and it's as if we now have to learn how to recall that spirituality within us even more now.
Exactly.
You know, dealing with it.
It's a challenge, and I think, you know, we can't, you know, the worst thing we can do is to allow other people to affect our spirit. Because once you allow people to affect your spirit, you're giving them too much power. And what we have to do, we have to reclaim our power. We can't allow people, we can't allow the election, politicians, nor can we allow this pandemic to affect our spirituality.
Yeah.
And it's a process. It's an everyday process. It's 24/7. So, you know, it's not magic, but it's a process that we have to deal with every day.
Right, right. And that contributes to the stress, the high stress, high anxiety. And when you have high stress and high anxiety from these episodes, it interferes with your clear thinking.
Exactly.
So as a business owner, if you're trying to plan strategically, remember you remember the video that Paul Knowlton showed yesterday with the driver, right? And the driver is driving along the road, and all of a sudden this erratic driver just tried to run them off the road, and the driver is like, you know, and gets out of the car. It was a cartoon animation, right? But the driver wanted to get out the car and chase after the driver that ran him off the road. But then, you know, it shifted, and then there was someone sitting beside that driver trying to speak some sense into the individual.
Right.
Why would you allow yourself to be stressed out and to be overcome with anxiety? Because his presentation yesterday was on stress and anxiety. And as business owners, I know going into 2021, after what we have endured in 2020, we're going to have to find that peaceful place within us to really put those strategy plans together and to think of how we are going to capitalize on opportunities, leverage resources, leverage relationships, and really build these plans going into 2021. And the spirituality, the spiritual connection that we have is going to be important in playing that role.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah.
It's funny you should mention that, Austin, because that just happened to me last week. I was driving to pick up groceries, and for some reason this car came flying up on my tail end. So I get over to let him pass me, and then he jumps over in front of me, slams on his brakes as hard as he can, hoping I'll hit him. So then I go over to the other lane to avoid him, and he kept doing this. And so the moment I had the opportunity, I pulled off. As soon as he was in front of me, I pulled off. And I felt sorry for this person. I'm like, how do you have so much anger, unprovoked? But you're right, it's out there.
Yeah, it's out there.
I remained calm, but I just, it's hard to understand.
Exactly. And sometimes, like you said, we just have to pray for them and not react to what they're trying to do.
Exactly.
You know, they're miserable, they're angry, and they're looking for somebody
Yes,
to provoke them to another level.
Yes,
exactly.
yes, yes. You know, Miss Prince, Miss Hoffman, Miss Linden, please, you could join in and add to the discussion. Would love to hear from you.
This is Lisa. I truly enjoy all the speakers, and especially talking about learning from, getting lessons from things that you're going through so that you don't go through them over and over. That's my favorite thing to say. Lord, what
Thank
are
you.
you teaching me? What are you teaching me so that I can get it? I just want to go through this once, because I have found in my younger days, if I don't get it on the first level, it goes to the second level. If I don't get it, it becomes hotter. To me, problems becomes hotter until it's staring you in the face. But if you get it on the first level, and I never thought about it just saying a burial, but I usually say, okay, Lord, I got it. And then I move on. So that is like putting a name. Now I'm going to bury them.
Exactly.
I'm going to bury it. And
Yeah.
that one of the things that another thing is that for me, in order for me to keep centered and keep focused, I do spiritual soaking. I soak in the presence of God so that I will be able to be refreshed. And I look at myself as always trying to be a glass that is full and not a glass that is empty. So I enjoy that. I enjoyed what you taught us today, and helped me to know that, okay, Lisa, you're doing what is supposed to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate it. That was very powerful.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Anyone else? We're coming down to the final 5 minutes of the presentation. So we just would love to have maybe 2 more comments or 2 more reflections that we haven't heard from. Mark, you want to add anything?
No, sir. I really do appreciate. I was listening in and just still taking it all in. There was so many good nuggets.
Yes.
The one word that I did say was compartmentalize.
Yes.
Definitely.
You know, being able to, you know, put things in perspective and allowing just time for this bit or that bit.
Exactly.
And I'll show my face out of respect.
Good to see you again, Mark.
Good to see you, Dr. Sinclair. I didn't mean to crack everybody up, but yeah, much respect to Dr. Sinclair. I thought this was great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Sinclair, just one more thing on the mentality produces. What was that statement that you made?
It's your mentality partnered with your personality that will help set up your reality.
Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
And I've read in my younger days, coming out of my teens, I read several books by Dr. Naeem Akbar.
Powerful.
And a phenomenal author, phenomenal, because he's also a psychologist. So
exactly.
Yeah, so phenomenal author.
Exactly.
Really helped shape me in my younger years.
Definitely.
Yes. Anyone else, or maybe you could just offer some closing thought.
Okay. Well, once again, thank you so much, Austin. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the work that you have done, that you continue to do. You are definitely a blessing, not only to me, but I'm sure to so many people around the world. On that note, like I said, if anybody wants to get in contact with me, go to my website, Sinclair Gray, that's grey.org. Feel free to call or email me. I think Austin can attest. I am not like a lot of people. You know, I don't wait days or hours to respond. I like to respond rather quickly.
Yes.
But I want to just leave everybody so, you know, practice good spirituality. Don't give up. Don't give in. Just realize that what we're dealing with, I want to say, it's not a barrier, It's not an obstacle. It's just a stepping stone. And once we have once we get over our stepping stone, we're going higher and higher. And then we have to go from thinking positive to doing things positive for our businesses to grow. Our businesses are not failures. We just have to simply retrain, re-examine, and may have to do some things differently. But understand that without this pandemic, without some of the hurdles that we have to go, that we're dealing with, we can't get stronger. So look at this as a strengthening time, a strengthening moment. And of course, if you need anything, I'm sure Austin, he's the man for you, and he has so many connections for you to help your business grow. But I think this is the time we need to let entrepreneurship and our business growth be the leading guide to take us from 2020 to 2021.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Gray.
Thank you, sir.
And definitely sign up for his motivational messages. I get them. I actually incorporate them into my newsletter. So definitely make sure you stay in contact with Dr. Gray, as well as stay in contact with Ms. Goodrich. And don't forget, ladies, again, offering you a free pass to the event next week with the code TMC. Definitely follow up with her, not only for the event next week, but also for what else is going on with the Women's Chamber of Commerce, how you can be of value to the chamber and how the chamber could be of value to you, and building that partnership, building that relationship with the chamber. I just want to close. I want to say this has been a very, very wonderful 3 days. You know, I wasn't feeling the virtual thing at first, right? I'll tell you the honest truth. And Dr. Gray and Mark, you know, even Ms. Bertley has known me for a long time. And I'm a people person.
Exactly.
I'm a people person. So I love bro hugs. I like hugs. I like shaking hands. I like looking people in the face. I like sitting at a Starbucks or a Panera Bread, having coffee, and just, you know, I've done it with Dr. Gray, and like I've done with Mark, and we start out, you know, doing business, and then all of a sudden we evolve into a friendship, and we have a broader discussions on life and what's happening in one another's lives. And, you know, it's important as entrepreneurs that we build those relationships. And it doesn't have to be just a business relationship, but it can become a friendship. And nobody knows you better than someone you build a friendship with. And if you're looking to collaborate, if you're looking to capitalize on opportunities, no one can speak on behalf of you much better than someone who has built that relationship with you and has built that friendship with you. So it's great that we have met. I've met some wonderful people over the last 3 days. I'm going to follow up with all of you. And you feel free to follow up with the speakers, with all the speakers you've heard, follow up with me. There is something that Ms. Goodrich said in her keynote this morning. We can't grow unless we put ourselves in uncomfortable situations. And COVID-19 has put us all in an uncomfortable situation. And out of that uncomfortable situation, we have learned how to adjust, how to pivot, how to continue with life. It may not have been desirable. It may not have been what we expected, but that is life, because a lot of things get thrown at us that we don't expect, right? It's just unforeseen occurrences to which we have to adjust and to which we have to pivot in order to continue doing what we do. We are diverse in our business offerings. We're diverse in our business models. We're diverse as entrepreneurs. But the one thing we all have in common is that we provide something that someone needs. Someone comes to us because there's something that we do that they want. So they want to do business with us, right? So going into 2021, I encourage all of you to continue to be vigilant, capitalize on what you experienced over these 3 days, build the relationships, build partnerships, build the collaborations, network. Even in COVID, as we live in a virtual world, continue to network, grow your network. If you haven't really networked before, just contact me, and I will lead you to several different networking events that occur. Mark Ham, he actually coordinates several, participates in several. He's a good resource for networking. Dr. Gray also, the Greater Entrepreneurship Group, and you can tap into that. Sorrel Katan, who was our speaker earlier with the Daily Huddle. All of these individuals plan events. They know people, and they know people who know people. Ms. Goodrich here is the CEO of the Women's Chamber. She also knows people and has an influence, right? So definitely make those connections. We are all important. We are all exceptional in what we do. We may do it differently, or we may have different approaches, right? But going into 2021, make sure to capitalize on those things. Take the risks. Risk is opportunity, right? And without taking the risk, you'll never know how far you can go and what you can capitalize on, and what you can develop for yourself, right? We live in a virtual world, but we don't have to be virtual, right? So please make sure you connect with me. The recordings for all 3 days will be up on my website, b2bconference.net, the event website. And I am going to circle around to all the speakers so I can get copies of their presentations and have them loaded on the event website as well. So this way you can access the presentations, right? You can access them. There's something that you may want to recall and say, hey, I really like the such and such information from such and such speaker, and you can access it, right? And the recordings are there. The presentations will be there. So just give me some time to gather that information from the speakers. I have Ms. Goodrich's presentation, and so that will be among the other presentations that I'm going to request from our speakers in order to load onto the site. And it's going to be the event site, b2bconference.net, right? And we'll do that. Ms. Goodrich has an event coming up next week. Please make sure that you take part in that. For those of you who are retailers who may be listening in, restaurant owners, cafe owners, we're coming up on the holiday season. Definitely make your plans, if you have not already, to adjust to how you're going to provide service over the holiday season, which includes CDC guidelines on how to conduct business and how you're going to engage your not just your workers, but also your customers. Some may be doing more business online than through their bricks and mortar, right? But there's so many different changes and challenges and nuances. However, out of uncomfortable moments come opportunities. So we're definitely learning how to pivot and learning how to change and learning how to adapt, right? As Sorrel Katan said prior to Dr. Gray's presentation, we're going to have other crises. We will. This is not the only crisis, but how we become crisis leaders and how we prepare for future crises will determine the strength of our leadership and the success of our businesses. On a final note, just feel free to maintain communication with me. I will, place you all into my database so you receive my monthly email, my monthly constant contact newsletters. As I always invite business owners, if you wish to write an article, there's something on your mind. Dr. Gray has written several. Mark has written for me. Sorrel Katan has written for me. Michelle Valbrun, and some of the speakers we've heard over the 3 days. I invite you. I don't wish to be the creator of all the content, right? And as I forgot which speaker said yesterday, invite others to write content for you. And that's what I do, because I enjoy promoting others, right? I just don't want to promote myself. I want to promote others, right? and that's what I enjoy doing. Right. And on that note, I thank you all very much for joining the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit 2020. We will have an ESBS 2021. It'll probably be a virtual event as well. It probably won't move back to, we'll probably transition into a hybrid model, you know, in 2022 or 2023, right? But until then, we'll remain entirely on Zoom on this virtual platform, and until further notice, right? You have my contact information. If there's anyone that you may have missed receiving contact information from, just get in contact with me. If there's a certain subject matter person that you're looking for some assistance in any way, just get in contact with me and I can put you in touch with those people, all right? On that note, have a beautiful Saturday, have a beautiful weekend. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Happy holidays. Again, be in touch with me, all right? Dr. Gray, thank you, Mark Ham. Thanks to all of our speakers. Mark was our sponsor for Thursday and yesterday. Jill Goodrich, our keynote speaker today, thank you so much. Thanks to all those who came back for the third day. I really appreciate all of you, and you'll be hearing from me, all right? So be well, God bless everybody, and go out there and grow successfully. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Austin. Awesome
Thank you
job.
so much.
Phenomenal
Thank you.
conference.
Thank you so much.
All right, Brother Austin, sing us out. Sing us that song.
No, I want you guys to come back next year, so I'm not going to do that. Oh, man. Thanks again, guys.
Have a good one. Great
You guys
job.
are awesome. Thank you.
All right, Miss Flagg, good meeting you as well. All right.
Likewise. Go Gators.
Yeah, right. I'm going to watch some of that.